Clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not.
The Nevada County Board of Supervisors on 5/24/22 to order. Would you please stand and we'll pledge to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. Julie, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
None that I'm aware of, Chair Hook.
Okay, we're going to do general public comment first this morning, and the members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. In the interest of civil disclosure, it's the responsibility of the chair to ensure that respect happens and we keep our comments focused to the issues. And we're going to avoid personal attacks. There's going to be time limits, and they can be modified by the chair of the board at my discretion, and may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chambers. You can call 530-270-3474 to comment in line over the phone. And then Julie will read the emails that will be on record, and we will go from there to public comment. I am going to read a little statement this morning just because, as a reminder, I want to keep your comments respectful and civil without attacking, being threatening to individuals. The work here to do today is official business of the county. For those of you attending today's meeting for the first time, the board uses certain procedures. These procedures include different times and ways to provide public comment on items that are on the agenda and items that are not on the agenda. And to help you, our community better understand how to provide your input, we have developed a welcome guide that outlines our meeting procedures on public comment. We have made them available for everyone, and you can have a copy. Please take the time to review it and know when and how to make a public comment. It also take an agenda and see what's on the agenda for today and know what you should make comment on, an item that is most important to you. So we welcome you to participate. We truly do. We need to do so in a way that accounts and takes into consideration the needs of everyone, both in a civil manner and a safety for others. So with that, I'm going to call for public comment. So we are going to go to the phone line first for public comment. Julie, could you bring in the caller?
Chair Hook, there's no callers online right now. I'll let you know if there are.
Okay, perfect. Then we will go to open public comment, and you can come up to the mic and introduce yourself.
Voters of West County, and we recently finished a very successful series of candidate forums here at the Root Center. I would like to thank the board and thank the staff for making that available to us. I also wanted to thank the board and thank the county for our resiliency grant. The League is a very small organization with a small budget, and most of our membership dues are actually turned over to our state and national chapters. We have been, due to COVID, unable to hold our unique constitutional challenge quiz fundraiser. We're going to do it again this year, but in the absence of that, we were very strapped at being able to handle our mandate to provide access to voter information throughout the county. So what the Resiliency Grant has enabled us to do is to partner with Nevada County Media and with other organizations to broadcast our candidate forums and educational series throughout our community. The League has been, I think, very instrumental in providing information to the community, and we have partnered with other organizations due to the Resiliency Grant And we have worked with, for example, your own Historical Landmarks Commission to provide a forum over the last year that was describing the history of the Black community in Nevada County. We also provided a forum educational series that was chaired by Judge Anderson, talking about mental health services in Nevada County. None of this would have been possible without the help of the county in doing that. And we will continue to provide that information to our county thanks to what you have done. And also, I want to invite you all to the Constitutional Challenge fundraiser, which we are going to hold this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here this morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Don't confuse me with any supervisors just because I wore a tie. I want to take a couple of minutes just to say thank you to Nevada County, particularly the Board of Supervisors. I am Gil Matthew, representing the Nevada County Economic Resource Council. And it's a collaboration with you and other members of the community that allow us to do the kind of work we do. And I want to come here this morning to say thank you for that opportunity. Most specifically, we just had a report from the county on all that's going on in terms of recreation in the county. That was an exciting presentation for our group. We came away from that presentation renewed in terms of our want to support the county in terms of prospering recreation within the county. And as you know, we probably know, we just concluded the tour of Nevada County, an opportunity where we load up 6 big buses and tour businesses within the county, showing off the economic engine, as I like to say, behind the Manzanita curtain. A very successful tour. We look forward to doing that again next year. So look for that in April of next year. And as I look forward with our collaboration with the county and the Economic Resource Council, we have a summit coming up in October. We'll talk more about that later on, but just keep that in mind. It'll be, we just had our first meeting on that yesterday. It'll be different than we've done before. It'll be more exciting, be more varied. It'll be a great opportunity. We look forward to new opportunities with the county as you have a new economic director perhaps coming on. And I would like to invite all who have an interest to attend our board meeting, which is open to the public at 7:30 on June the 2nd at the Association of Realtors building. We will be hearing a presentation on the Bear Yuba Riverland Trust this month. So that'll be a great meeting. So again, I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, the staff of the county for the collaboration with the Economic Resource Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning, Chair Hoke, Supervisors. Melinda Booth, Executive Director at the South Yuba River Citizens League, also known as CIRCLE. As you know, we've been working as a community-based grassroots nonprofit organization to unite the community to protect and restore the Yuba River for nearly 40 years. Next year is our 40th anniversary. And while much has changed in those years, the Yuba River has remained steadfast as the heart of this community. And I wanted to share with you this morning a few areas of our work that are really timely to the season, with Memorial Day fast approaching, which we unofficially consider the opening of river season. The South Yuba River is a place that many do go for recreational opportunities and for connection with nature. As a state-designated wild and scenic river, the Yuba's beauty is incomparable, and a fact that is well known, drawing upwards of 1 million visitors every year, with a significant increase in that we experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's only been increasing. Since 2013, and in response to this increase in visitation, CIRCLE has worked collaboratively with state parks on our River Ambassador program, where volunteers trained in invitational rhetoric engage with visitors at our major river crossings about recreating safely and responsibly, respectfully, and reminding visitors that fires in particular are not permitted, as our fire danger has just been increasing as well due to drought. We're poised to launch another successful season this Friday, in part due to support from Nevada County, predominantly through our engagement with the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort. The safety cohort, which is led by Chair Hook and Supervisor Hall, convenes monthly, and it brings together NGOs like Circle, law enforcement, fire departments, county staff, state and federal agencies to discuss challenges and craft creative and collaborative solutions. Many of the ideas discussed at the cohort have become a reality, and our community is undoubtedly better off because of said efforts. The river season passes more quickly than I certainly desire, and it culminates mid-September with a watershed-wide cleanup that Circle organizes, bringing together close to 750 volunteers to remove trash from miles of our trails and our beaches. And over the past 20 years, this effort has removed more than 120 tons of garbage and recycling from the river that would have ended up downstream. This is the kind of work that cannot be done alone. And in fact, it can only be accomplished through collaborative efforts and the community coming together for the greater good, and in this case, for our precious Yuba River. I feel certain that many of you will get out and enjoy the river this weekend, and I know you'll be refreshed by its emerald waters, but I'd be remiss if I didn't remind everyone to be safe and careful. The water is snowmelt. It is very cold. It's flowing much higher than it will be later in the season, and the river's different every season, so recreate with care and caution. And if you see a river ambassador out there this weekend, give them a wave, say thanks. They're likely a volunteer. Thanks.
Thanks, Melinda. Thanks for the work that you do down there with Circle. Good morning.
Good morning. Paul Gilbert, Citizen Auditors of Nevada County. 2 weeks ago, I shared with this board a list of 724 registrations that met certain criteria which, if state statutes had been followed, would have been removed from the voter roll before the 2018 election. Yet here we are in the midst of the 2022 primary, and they're still hanging around. If anyone needs proof that the elections office has a problem, this is it. So the question is, who is responsible to provide oversight of the elections office? Well, there are two groups that do. One is we, the people, and the other is you, the Board of Supervisors. From the state legislature website, Gov. 25201, subject to the provisions of the election code, the board may appoint inspectors, clerks, judges of elections, and canvass all election returns. This section is what gives the board their oversight responsibilities. To canvass the results, the board needs to first appoint an inspector. This inspector can be any person or agency who can collect the required data and then apply the relevant election codes. A logical choice to conduct such a canvass would be the county auditor's office. At a minimum, the auditor needs to verify or refute the findings of citizen auditors. If true, then the auditor's office will need to expand the scope of their investigation to look at all election codes and determine if the registrar of voters has been compliant with the codes. One of the many codes that apply, we find the following. Elections 2220. A, the county elections official shall conduct a pre-election residency confirmation procedure as provided in this article. This procedure shall be completed by the 90th day immediately before the primary election. While conducting this canvass, the auditor will be able to determine if the elections office has been in contact with any voter who has failed to vote. Active voters are those defined as registered voters who have voted in at least one federal election during the previous 4 years. Any audit of the voter history rolls will show that there are thousands of registered voters who have not voted or updated their voter registration, and that the registrar of voters has failed under election 2220 through 2227 to properly maintain the voter roll. The fact that Citizen Auditors of Nevada County has been able to identify these non-voters is clear evidence that over the last decade that the Registrar of Voters has failed to stay in compliance with state law. So the question now becomes, when will the Board of Supervisors acknowledge their responsibility and duty under Gov. 25201 to provide meaningful oversight of the elections office, or are they prepared to be found negligent in their duties? It is the recommendation of Citizen Auditors that the Board of Supervisors pass a resolution to conduct an annual audit of the voter roll. This will go a long way in giving the residents of Nevada County the assurances that the elections office is compliant with state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sue. How are you? Hi, everybody. My name is Heather Colby. I'm the Election Integrity Officer of the California GOP, representing Nevada County's effort. I'm the eyes and ears of this effort. And one of our mantras is if you see something, say something. When it's in office and says that there's integrity, that's moral uprightness. As the key observers and witness of the integrity effort, I have access by the state to the election process. And recently I observed, along with my second in command, the election worker training at the election warehouse. At that moment, my counterpart and I discovered the same thing. Why is the person running for clerk recorder and register of voters training at least 30 to 40 people on how to process votes and voters? Is that the job of the assistant clerk recorder? One, currently Natalie Adana? Yes, it is. But it is an election year. Her FaceTime and one-on-one access to the county voters hired for the election can get valuable contact with her work environment. Is that fair to her to train on taxpayer money and run a silent campaign effort at the same time? The other two candidates for this office are not so lucky with this priceless advantage. Seeing her name on the training slides, which can be seen online on the Observer's Training Manual started around page 42, is also a disadvantage. The association of her name over and over during training is imagery branding. It's used in marketing. The consumers are unaware. She might not have realized what she was doing, but she might have. We'll never know. But this is the integrity. She is part of the election process in which she is on the ballot to process the election. Electioneering was brought up in training. Quote, you cannot have anyone speaking or wearing anything for a candidate or a ballot measure to be voted on that's on the current ballot, end quote. As she said during training, the election process has already begun, and while training officially in the official branch of the elections office, that is considered electioneering. And yes, it is, whether she realized it or not. If said that she didn't, well, there goes the campaign effort about experience. Experience is to know what is right and wrong and being able to foresee circumstances and outcomes. She is part of the California State Ballot Design Committee. How is that integrity? While she maintains her office and has all of her hands on part of the election process, from training, the coveted testing of the equipment, the ballot scans on the HART machines, to accept, process voters and votes, integrity has been dissolved of all those aspects. She has stepped foot into the Root Center or into voting precinct to simply check in. She is a candidate and is electioneering every day. She's not coming in to cast her vote and leave. She is there to make her presence and remind the workers and the voters who she is.
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carl C. Slakowski. I stand here before you today. Went to the elections office a few minutes ago. They were closed. That's not in keeping with the reason I went to war. That goes against everything that I'm aware of. I stand before you today not in the spirit of felicity. I am disappointed that I told you 1 year ago that I was afraid that I'd be redistricted out of District 2. Well, that came to pass. I told you that years ago I was redistricted out. It was proven in the court of law that two supervisors colluded. I also told you that my classification of peace officer was also excluded by the state legislature when a then sheriff decided to redistrict me out. And then the reason they do that, they don't want competition. They're afraid of competition. They have the power and authority to evacuate a potential candidate from their district. And likewise, my good friend from District 2, that's where I was. Now I am 30 feet out into District 4. I find that reprehensible. And I warned you a year ago that this would take place, and sure enough, it did. 30 feet out of District 2. I find that reprehensible and not in keeping with the spirit of fairness. Let me also tell you that in reference to the Brown Act, you can, and look it up, you can listen to people who are running for public office. There's nothing in the Brown Act that prohibits that. And last week, you told one of the candidates to sit down. That's not in keeping with a free society and a great republic that I'm aware of. Now, in reference to the Roberts Rules of Order, I gave your secretary a copy of it. And in the Roberts Rules of Order, it says, no person shall speak. The chair, no person shall speak until recognized by the chair. District 2 supervisor said, you're done, to me. You're done on 2 separate occasions. I find that also rather disgusting. I leave you with the thought that if we were to have a great republic, we must all recognize the true nature of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
I'm impressed with the topics of the last 2 speakers. Number one, I had sent to me a voter's ballot for my son. My son hasn't been in California for 8 years. He lives in Texas. Last year, my wife presented to the board, to the elections office, his ballot, and she says, please, please do not send us another ballot. Here it is. Here it is, right here. I really believe that Paul Gilbert has got something going on there, okay? The other thing that I'll discuss is the Brown Act. The Brown Act is censorship of speech. When is it that we decided that mutual participation in discussion of public matters is no longer allowed? The fact of the matter is, that's the way you stand. We have the Brown Act. We will listen to public comment. We will not say anything back. That's not public discourse. That's not, I mean, we are your equals here, you know, and we have businesses, and we have the reason to go about business in this county. And what we have done with censorship, is our ability to, with motion, with assembly, and with trade, even in our businesses, because of mandates like these mask rules over here and over here. Still coming back with mask rules. The sadness of all this is that you people, you appear to be listening when you were given very, very straightforward counsel, but you continue to vote to bring more California, the state and the federal government into here with the need for programs to improve our situation. Folks, this is a very simple plea. Get rid of your Brown Act. You know, we're all adults here, and we all have feelings. And when we, the people out here, come in here to tell you what our feelings are, and you are our representatives, we don't get anything back. So just beware, you know? Just beware. You're doing very foolish things here, and get it right.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robin Galvin Davies. I am the CEO of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce and the executive manager of the Grass Valley Downtown Association. Last Saturday, May 21st, we launched the inaugural Grass Valley Armed Forces Day. It was a very, very unique event. The most unique element is that our Chamber of Commerce partnered with the City of Grass Valley and the County of Nevada. It's never happened before. And it was undoubtedly a magnificently successful event. I'm here today to thank you and in appreciation present each of you with the inaugural Grass Valley Armed Forces Day Challenge Coin.
Oh, Robin, thank you. And it was quite an event.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm just going to be to the point here. I know that I've mentioned to all of you the importance of having evening meetings, but yet I never hear anybody mention that. How's that coming along? We need to have evening meetings for the folks that work all day and can't attend. So my question is, what's the status on that? Because I come to all these meetings and I don't hear from any of you when that is going to take place or if that's going to take place. That's vitally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
May I move these, please? Because
Yes,
it's
you
really
can.
hard to use. You know, this is a house of we the people, I think, here, supposed to be. May I have 5 minutes on behalf of the Nevada County Parents for Student Success?
So, Mr. Clark, we're doing 3 minutes. And so reset that, would you, Julie, for him, please? 3 minutes.
Okay, well then, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Calvin Clark from Rough and Ready, California. I would like to address the Board of Supervisors and the public, and specifically on transparency. It took 3 months for the Board of Supervisors to finally post the 3 meetings, which were the January 19th, 20th, and 21st. And instead, up on their website, they put this sign, no audio video available for this meeting. This was 3 months later with requests, and then last meeting I addressed the CEO of the board, who told me those weren't recorded, those were live streamed. And so then I approached the Nevada County or the Nevada County media, and they said, oh no, we recorded those. And I was wondering if you could ask your CEO to resign today, because she gets paid over $400,000 and doesn't do her job. She should absolutely know if things are being recorded, and we requested that these 3 meetings be posted on your website for months, and she could have taken a few minutes to find out. And you seem to have also agreed with her, so I would like to ask you also to resign today as well, all 5 of you, because you get paid to know this transparency. Also, speaking of that, there's other things that you concealed before the Board of Supervisors, but I'd just like to ask this question. So you hire companies like you did with Rapid Trace on November 9th. You hired a company without public comment. You did it through a purchase order, and then you added another $150,000, a total of $200,000 to track citizens, not you personally, and you were right. The Board of Supervisors, last meeting, you said, the Board of Supervisors doesn't track citizens. No, you hired somebody to do it, and that's including children. You know better than to be giving the citizens a half-truth, Allison Lehman. You know better. So in regard to transparency, you have spent Nevada County taxpayer dollars to affirm to track the movement of our children. We would like to see the report given to you by this company. Is there a report given to you? I asked Allison, she said, what did you say? Didn't have it. Didn't have a
I'll
report.
defer to Chair Hook, and I'm happy to answer that question after your public comment.
Okay, and I just ran out of minutes because, and you're gonna turn off the microphone again because you don't like it when people ask questions. So the citizens will find out. Thank you.
Allison, could you,
So absolutely, appreciate Mr. Clark elevating these issues, and what he asked me before the meeting was the reporting from the contract, and I told him that I'd be happy to talk to staff and we could get back to him with the contract reports. Thank you, Chair Hook.
Thank you. Okay, next public comment.
Good morning. Lee French, Alta Sierra. I want to thank the general public here today, most of them anyway, who have complied with the efforts that are put forth by the Board of Supervisors. We have a great team here. They're doing a great job. And I appreciate the fact that they are keeping the comments at a low level. And most of the questions today, unlike the past, have been reasonable. Usually we end up with a demeanor that is accusatory, and I think that the board has done a wonderful job this year. I cannot imagine any board of supervisors in any other county that is on top of things as well as you are, or follow the rules of their job. So I want to thank everybody, especially Susan. Thank you very much for keeping the meetings at a reasonable level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. Any further public comment? Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Catherine, District 2. My husband, I sent an email earlier in the week. You may or may not have received it, but I just want to have it on the record that, like it was stated earlier, my husband and I, as well as many other people, have a huge concern with Natalie Adona running election, being in the election process while she's running for office. And we would like to see something done about that immediately. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Is anybody on the line, Julie?
Chair Hook, there's no callers, but I do, oh, there is. I just see we just got one caller.
Okay, let's go to the caller next, please.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning. Caller, are you there?
Yes, is that me?
Oh, there you are. Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning, Sue. Public comment. I'd like to comment on what's going on at Memorial Park with the dust that's going on over there, the air quality violations, the water quality violations, the amount of abuse that the people around the park have to endure with this ongoing boondoggle that doesn't seem to be moving along. I've watched historical plaques be stolen for probably their value of metal. I've watched our petrified wood be chiseled out by the folks working over there and taken home for souvenirs that'll be sold on eBay. I filmed these things, I've photographed these things, and I can't seem to get any action from air quality control, Dan Miller, the manager of Grass Valley, the engineers from Grass Valley, air quality control. So it's just outrageous that in a town that has the 5th worst air quality in California, that we have to put up with this crap for multiple years. And this goes for the burning, the illegal burning also, which there were multiples of yesterday after the burn ban. There'll be more today. And no tickets are being given out because we don't have manpower to go to court. So there really is no rule or any repercussions for burning. So burn on Nevada County. We're going to burn to the ground this year. The dust, the pollution, the evac routes. How about dog bar, right? So now me and my 4 friends can all grab a truck and park them on a bridge and say, sorry, Nevada County, welcome to Black Swan land. Why are we like living in the frickin' 1950s when we have the population of 2022? I don't quite get it. I don't understand why you're diverting the funds to all these pet projects when such minimal health and safety stuff is being addressed. It's just totally outrageous, and you know, let's just watch people burn inside their cars this year when they're stuck in traffic. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Matthew. Is there any other public comment? Julie, do you have any letters today? Would you like to read a couple of letters?
Yes, I will. There's no more callers. I received 3 letters with the same sentiment. It's John Hickman, District 2, Carolyn Roth, District 3, and Kermit Young, District 4. Let me start the timer. As voters of Nevada County, we are demanding a third party hired and under your authority to conduct a fair and unbiased election for the upcoming Nevada County Clerk Recorder, Recorder of Voters for both primary and general 2022 elections. We are demanding Clerk Recorder Gregory Diaz, Assistant Clerk Recorder Natalie Adona, and the entire Clerk Recorder staff recuse themselves of all election maintenance, counting, and validation of both mail-in votes and scanned votes for the entire election starting first over the primary on May 28th, 2022 through June 7th, 2022, and then until all votes are processed. We are demanding the clerk recorders mentioned above and all staff not interfere or ask about ballot counts coming in concerning demographic, tallies, or other cast ballot information important to election vote count until Diaz, Adana, and the entire staff of the clerk recorder's office are recused. Government code provides as follows. Subject to the provisions of the Elections Code, the board may establish, abolish, change election precincts, appoint inspectors, clerks, and judges of election, canvass all election returns, declare the results, and order the county elections official to issue certifications of election. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors has the right and authority to make this happen, and they must, for the sake of the integrity, transparency, and fairness of the election, or we, the concerned citizens of Nevada County, will demand an automatic audit immediately following the election. The third-party vendor of the Hart machines was brought in under contract agreement to offer support for the November 5th, 2019 Assembly District 1 special general election upon the purchase of the new machines. We strongly suggest that Hart machines support be engaged for the primary and general elections because of this election's circumstances and their knowledge of the machines in use. 1, Nevada County Clerk Gregory Diaz, the Assistant Clerk Recorder Natalie Adona, candidate for the office of Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters, and the entire election staff within the Clerk Recorder's office and under the guidance of the Clerk and Assistant, the authority authorized to count and process the votes of the candidate Natalie Adona seeking this office that holds elections. In addition, Gregory Diaz has endorsed Natalie Adona as his successor and represents a conflict of interest along with the entire staff of the Clerk Recorder's office. Upholding fairness and unbiased to other candidates on the ballot running for the Nevada County Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters, they're not privileged to the same election process and recordation of the ballots as they do not work in the office the same amount of time as a staff currently in there to observe and legally gather the data. The clerk candidate will be able to directly see districts voting and how the votes are cast in real time and can use this data as a privileged advantage to get out the vote effort where there is deficiency in her voter count. It continues on. It's uploaded for the public, and all the Board of Supervisors have seen these letters.
Thank you, Julie.
I do have one more letter on a different topic from Polly Halstead. I'll need to put my readers on because this is very small type. I seriously expect that a series of highly new, virulent, and highly contagious SARS-CoV-2 variants will now rapidly and independently emerge in highly vaccinated countries all over the world, and that they will soon spread at a high pace. I expect the current pattern of repetitive infections and relatively mild disease and vaccines to soon aggravate and be placed by severe disease and death. Unfortunately, there is no way vaccines can rely on assistance from Relevant 1 innate or acquired antibodies to protect against coronaviruses too, as these antibodies are increasingly being outcompeted by infection-enhancing other vaccinations, which are continuously recalled due to the circulation of highly infectious Omicron variants. In contrast, Omicron's high infectiousness would enable the non-vaccinated to train their innate immune defense system against SC2, while the infectious and pathogenic capacity of the new SC2 variants would be debilitated in the non-vaccinated for lack of infection-enhancing ABS in their blood. Unless we immediately implement large-scale antiviral campaigns in highly vaccinated countries, there is no doubt that the pandemic will end by taking a huge toll on lives. And that was the last public comment.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I'll bring back one more. Is there anybody else that would like public comment this morning? Okay, with that, I will close public comment. So now we will go on to consent. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They are their renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have been previously come to the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them on a one-time without discussion. Any board member may request to have an item removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear for the members to ask questions. Then the supervisors will take those concerns under consideration and decide if it's adequate reason to remove the item from consent. If any item is pulled by a board member, the concerns and questions asked by the member of the public will be addressed. No further public comment regarding the item will be received. So today we have items 1 through 23 on the consent agenda, and I will open up public comment on consent. Julie, is there anyone online this morning?
Yes, Chair Hook, we do have one caller. Would you like them to come in?
Yeah, let's bring the caller in first.
Please bring the caller in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board, Chairperson of the Board. Matthew Coulter calling. How many items on there, on the consent calendar?
So the items it's 1 through 23 this morning, Matthew.
Right. So we have 23 items, some of them multi-million-dollar items, a very important subjects to the community. And then you lump 23 items in together for a 3-minute comment, right? So that way, there is no discussion, the word that you use, discussion. You stifle the people's comments. Grass Valley has now picked up on this. They're doing the same thing. Instead of a huge project that deserves conversation for 3 minutes, if it's worth $3 million a minute, seems reasonable for the public to participate. Yet, we're going to take 23 items and lump them together and say, rubber stamp. I understand you say, all the information's available. All the information's available. The library's closed. I can't get into the library right now. Over 33% of Nevada County doesn't have connectivity to watch you guys or participate by computer. They can't participate by television. The system has like a 30-second delay from one format to another. So there's no cohesiveness. And this has been going on the entire time. So it seems like with all the grant money and all the COVID money, you'd be able to streamline the system and make it work. You'd be able to get the maintenance guy to clean the lens on the camera that I've been asking for like 4 years. So then when something goes through the camera and goes up on the screen for the public to watch, it's like you can't even see it. It's a blur.
Matthew, did you have a particular item that you would like to pull, or you have a comment on one?
I would, but there's no point in it. There is no point. You have dissolved the system of participation by the public. That's why nobody's going to comment on stuff, right? That's why nobody participates anymore. It's been gutted like a frickin' fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, is there anybody else that has anything they'd like to, comments on any of the items on the consent agenda?
Good morning. My name is Thor Clemens. I live here in District 1. I wanted to comment on item number 7. I was just a bit confused because I noticed it was Reeves Auto Parts, a place I actually frequent. How is it possible that the contract increased by $100,000? I'm curious what all that money went to actually fund for auto parts. I mean, that's a lot of auto parts. In addition to that, I was trying to look at the agenda online. It's really difficult to sort of navigate, and I couldn't find any sort of itemized list. So as a tax-paying citizen here in this county, I just would like to know where my tax dollars are going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment or on the consent agenda?
Yeah, on the consent agenda, I would like to address, first of all, the process where you, like Matthew Calder said, where you actually ask for public comment before you give department heads a chance to discuss any items on the public consent calendar. It's our consent calendar too. We want to hear from the department heads regarding these items. We want to be able to hear their reasons for additional funding, just like what was stated. Since you're not going to answer those questions and have failed to do so for many months, I would like to ask the chair, Sue Hook, why she voted on a family business, the Robinson Enterprises contract before, and it's on this consent calendar again. Do you see it? Do you know which one I'm talking about? Have you read the consent calendar? Still waiting for an answer. Okay, so there's 23 items on here. And if you look through them very carefully, one of them is for additional funding for some repairs in the county regarding the emergency work that Robinson Enterprises did. I love these guys. It's not a problem about having that. The problem is that, Sue, you have not recused yourself when voting on conflicts of interest. It's a conflict of interest for you to vote on things that are funding family businesses. Okay? And you did it before, and I hope that you consider looking at the calendar here real closely and choosing to know which one it is and bring it up to the public. That's why you are a representative. In addition to that, I agree that that this is a backwards format. You have very few departments coming in. Some of them receive millions of dollars, an increase. Here, for instance, item number 10, awarding and approving a contract between County of Nevada and a construction company for the amount of $1,500. Okay, I know there's sub-documents. We all know that the sub-documents show this amount of money, but wouldn't it be nice to have a project progress report, just as we requested a report about when you funded a rapid trace to track children? We asked for a report. We haven't seen any reports or an evaluation. So I would say you should postpone the consent calendar until you get that figured out.
Morning, Carl C. Slakowski. I'm here today to applaud you on including in items 1 and 3 a methodology that includes an evaluation, reporting times, by who, and some of the other dates and times that some of these issues in items 1 and 2 are included in. So I was kind of happy with the way in which you proceeded on 1 and 2. I think you need to keep up the good work. I think you need to consider that in any amount of funds that this county has jurisdiction over. That way, the public is clearly apprised of the money, where it's spent, how it's spent, and how it's reported. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Any other comments? Here we go. Welcome.
I'm Judy Ballantyne, Rough and Ready. I never come up here to speak because I feel like it will do no good. So much money is spent. Rarely have I heard anybody say no to spending money. Do you know what no means?
Any other further comments?
Chair Hook, I do have a letter to read in the record.
Okay, that would be great.
It's regarding agenda item number 16. That's the contract for professional federal advocacy services. It's from Courtney Henderson, the mayor of the town of Truckee, and she's in support of this item. She says, on behalf of the town of Truckee, I am writing to express the town's support for the resolution approving a multi-year professional services contract between the County of Nevada and Paragon Government Relations for professional federal advocacy services. In 2021, the town and county began organized efforts to coordinate our state and federal legislative advocacy. To date, our coordination has included regular communication between the town and county staff on mutual priority topics, joint meetings with key state agency staff on priority issues, including housing, the Truckee Library Project, and joint meetings with Paragon Government Relations under the county's first-year contract. We look forward to continuing these mutually beneficial efforts. Town of Truckee staff have been impressed with the expertise, professionalism, and responsiveness of Paragon Government Relations. In particular, the town found value in the firm's successful advocacy for expanded flexibility in the American Rescue Plan Act fund guidelines, frequent updates on key legislative and regulatory topics, and Paragon's guidance in the county's community projects funding requests for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office Radio Infrastructure Project, which will enhance emergency response and public safety across the county. The town contributed $10,000 in funding to the Paragon contract this fiscal year, and we have anticipated continued partnership funding for this effort in the town's draft fiscal year 2022-23 budget. Thank you for your continued partnership and advocacy for important countywide priorities, many of which are shared by the town of Truckee.
Thank you, Julie. Any other comments on consent? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board. Does the board have anything they would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Chair, I'd be happy to pull item number 7 so we can explain that.
Okay. We'll pull number 7.
Chair Hook, I'd like to pull item number 12.
Item number 12. Okay. 7.
Chair Hook, we have Pat Perkins here that's able to respond to item number 7 and item 12. Thank you, Pat.
Okay. Good morning. Before we go here, let's just, let me finish here. So we're gonna pull item number 7, we're gonna pull item number 12. And then with the rest of that, we can pass the consent agenda. I would make a comment to Mr. Clark's that I didn't recuse myself. I have no business investment in any of the Robinson company. I have no investment there. So we did do some checking with that, and I am in my perfect right to not recuse myself on those votes. I have no financial gain from that business. Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda minus number 7 and number 12.
I would so move, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll for consent?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hook. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, and with that, let's bring up item number 7, and Patrick Perfect, thank you for being here this morning. So the question was if you could clarify why and how we use this funding.
You bet. Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Pat Perkins. I am the Principal Engineer here at Nevada County. Item number 7 is really two main parts, and one is the county gets its auto parts from what was Reeby's Auto Parts. The first part of this has to do with Reeby's being sold to Napa, so it's a change in the contract to name. We still want to keep the same contract, working with the same group, so that's really the first part. The second part, getting to the question that was asked today, has to do with why the large increase, why are we bumping up $100,000? And it really has to do strictly with the cost of parts. The county is working very hard with the equipment we have, trying to keep it safe, keep it operational, and the cost of auto parts, along with a lot of other things that we all use every day, has really increased substantially, and this is strictly just to pay for parts.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the person that asked the question left the room. Oh, no, there, you were back there. Sorry, George. Does that help you? Perfect. Okay, so the next item, with that, do we need to pass those individually? With that, I would entertain a motion to pass item number 7.
So moved.
Second?
Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes, and that was for item number 7, SR 220504. Okay, so with that, now we're going to go to item number 12 and welcome David Garcia and Barry. I appreciate you being here. So, Hardy? You got a question?
Thank you. I just had some questions. I recognize that we're not reducing it by the original amount that we thought, the 50%, which I just had a question on because we have these mandates that the county is responsible for paying for in SB 1383, the food waste stream changes to the MRTs, and I just hoping you could describe to us a little bit about your auditing process to meet the financial needs as we move forward into that Senate bill and what your thoughts were there.
Thank you, Chair Hook, Supervisor Bullock. Again, David Garcia, Solid Waste Program Manager. So the full impact of SB 1383 or the organics or food waste legislation is unknown. We're still working with the state. We're developing our programs. So the short answer is we don't know what the full costs are or the implications of SB 1383 are going to be for Nevada County. But we are consistently working through that. We reevaluate the solid waste parcel charge on an annual basis. We project our revenue needs and our costs on an annual basis, and we bring that back to the board. So we've done this temporary reduction since 2012, and on an annual or biannual basis, we bring a resolution to the board to continue that reduction. This year, the big driver for the need in additional revenue is primarily due to the McCourtney Road Transfer Station Improvement Project, which we're projecting to be a cost that will require additional revenue. But that project is also driven by SB 1383 legislation and the need for organics waste infrastructure in Nevada County. So that does tie to SB 1383, but it's not the entirety of SB 1383.
You've answered my question, thank you, and you'll reevaluate this in 2023 again?
Exactly.
Those needs all over again. Okay, thank you very much. That was all I was looking for.
No, thank you. That's good. This is one that we have seen over time on a regular basis. That's why it's one reason it sits on consent. It is something that we do see. So I just thank you very much for that clarification. Did anybody else have any other question? Okay, I'm gonna just wait for a second here for Heidi to, should I wait for Heidi to get back? She had to step out a second. We'll wait 1 second. So if you don't mind, we'll just be patient here for just a minute. I'm just gonna take an opportunity in the middle of this, though, to remind people too that it's, the consent calendar is generally, that's why we say these are non-controversial. They are items that we see. We see reports and clarifications when we have presentations through the year. And I like to say too, folks are always welcome to come ahead of time and ask those questions if they want to delve into these issues a little bit further. All of us read and go through these. We have an agenda review as we go through this process. This is, again, it's supposed to be very non-controversial. It's a very common, this is how meetings work. And we are, again, very happy to answer those questions if you come. But we have spent a great deal of time going through these agendas and following up with our department heads on what the issues were and what these contracts were. So I'd just like to throw that out. And with that, Julie, we have a motion.
Yeah, I'll move to approve item number 12 on the consent calendar.
And I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. So Julie, if you could call the roll, that would be great.
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move ahead to item, I just got lost where I was. I believe we're gonna go to.
Next to the sanitation district?
Yep, I think
Consent?
that's where we're headed to our, I'm gonna, actually, so I think we have to go out of session with the board, do we?
Yes, you want to recess as a Board of Supervisors
Yeah,
and
so
convene.
that's where we're gonna start here. We're gonna recess as the Board of Supervisors. And we are going to convene as the Board of Directors to Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1. And with that, is there any public, oh, let's see, this one goes different a little bit. So these are consent items meant to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Directors will act upon them one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on the item listed under the consent agenda may raise their concerns to the board members prior to the consent agenda being introduced. The directors will take the concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove them from consent. So with that, I would open up consent. Is there anybody on the line, Julie?
There's no callers.
Okay, so with that, I'll close consent. Okay, go ahead, Thor.
So I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this and we're accepting this American Rescue Plan Act funding. So that sounds like a great thing, right? We're getting money. And I just want to apologize in advance because I didn't have the opportunity to actually study this and look all these up before. I'm a busy guy. I'm just starting my own business, stuff like that. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to actually take an extra minute and explain some of the things to me as a citizen, because you guys, this is what you do. So I just wonder, is there a responsibility that we have as a county once we do accept this funding? And I know we're gonna hear a presentation right now, so.
Not on that item, though.
Right,
Yeah.
so this is exactly my question, and that's where my other question was answered 30 seconds. And I really appreciated that, so thank you.
Chair Hook, we're happy to follow up with you offline, but to answer your question is that we accepted the funds, but every expenditure over $50,000 will come back to the board with a staff report and for approval. So that's how the expenditures get approved. On mynevadacounty.com, there is a site just for CARES Act and ARPA funding that has every board action that's available for your review. If you have additional questions, our staff, Ariel, is in the back of the room. She's happy to get your contact information, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So, and I'd just like to clarify, and if you go into some of the report there, just so you know, and it helps you with that this funding was it was an immediate need for, the Zone 8 and the Cascade Shores, and Zone 5 at Gold Creek, where there were some issues that really needed to be taken care of for health and safety. So that's how that was determined. And it did come before the board, I think, 2 other times, actually. So, okay, thanks for asking that question, Tor. Are there any other questions on consent? Does the board have anything on consent?
No, I would move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda items. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. And with that, I can open up public comment if that's for anything that's not on the agenda for the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1. And Julie, there's nobody online and no letters? So with that, I'll close public comment and we will adjourn the meeting of the Board of Directors of the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1, and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. And we'll start out with department head matters, and we're gonna go right to Rachel Pena. And welcome, and we are going to start with item number 25, SR 220482.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Hook and honorable members of the board. I'm really excited this morning to be here to tell you about an opportunity that we have in our community to develop our youth workforce for the benefit of our community, of our nonprofits, and really the future of Nevada County. This is a huge investment in the future, and we're really excited about it. I want to introduce you to the Eligibility and Employment Program Manager, who will be leading this effort and who's done an incredible job so far in securing the $1.7 million in funding. Her name is Tamron Cook, and she's been with the county for 19 years. I know you've met her before, but she's been a leader in DSS for the last 12 years, and with her, she has our community partners from Connecting Point and Bright Futures for Youth, and so I'm going to turn it over to them as the experts on this program and the architects, really, of this program, because we're just starting out.
Great, well, thank you. Welcome this morning.
Thanks, Rachel. Good morning again, Chair of the Board and Supervisors. My name is Tamron Cook again. I'm a Program Manager in the Department of Social Services. We're really excited to share this new program with you all, but before we get started, I'd like to thank community member and advocate Mr. Tom Cross for bringing this grant opportunity to our attention. And I'd also like to introduce our partners in this endeavor, who you'll also be hearing from today, Ms. Jen Singer from she's the Executive Director of Bright Futures for Youth, and Mr. Tim Giuliani, who's the Executive Director for Connecting Point.
Fantastic, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. So the Youth Workforce Program is a governor's initiative administered by California volunteers in partnership with municipalities of less than 300,000 across the state. Nevada County applied for this competitive grant and was awarded $1,736,241. Got that dollar. This is a 2-year grant-only funded program that will start this July, and we aim to serve 100 youth in both Western and Eastern County over the next 2 years. The goals of this program are really to increase youth employment, develop youth interest in career pathways, and to strengthen our local capacity to address key areas of climate, food insecurity, and local COVID-19 recovery. Our program will serve participants between the ages of 16 and 30, with priority given to youth who may have a difficult time finding employment, are low income, are unemployed or out of school, who are involved in our local justice or criminal system, who are transitioning or currently in foster care, and those who are engaged with our local mental health or substance recovery system. All job placements must be in the nonprofit sector per this grant. Nevada County, again, will be partnering with 2 of our local community organizations to implement this program. Our partners are Bright Futures for Youth and Connecting Point. both of whom have a mission and vision that aligns with the purpose and intention of this program. These partners have solid experience administering local workforce and training programs. I'd like to now turn this over to our partners to talk a little bit more about their role in this program. And Jennifer, you're on.
Thank you, Supervisor Hook and members of the board. Exciting to be here today, and thank you to Tamron for her hard work and Tim for his partnership in this grant. Bright Futures for Youth, just as a reminder, represents 3 programs: the Friendship Club, NEO, and SAFE, which addresses the youth experiencing homelessness. So at Bright Futures, we will be offering both long-term and short-term career opportunities. So our approach to this our piece of the grant is for in-house employment and training. So our short-term opportunities start with our summer camp counselors. These are typically youth between the ages of 16 and 25. Last year, in partnership with Nevada County, we started the summer camp, day camp, for working families, and that program saw 150 TK through 10th grade students in full day summer camp for 6 weeks. This was an important opportunity not only for the youth who are employed. For many of them, this was their first job. For many of them, this was an opportunity to come out of COVID as well and get themselves back into the world and feeling purpose. And we saw many young people really blossom out of this first opportunity to be employed. So it's a win-win there. And we'll also be offering intensive training in in several of our programs. We have a kitchen program where we are feeding many youth, over 150 youth a week. We will have training programs in that area. We have a volunteer assistance training program that we are developing to increase volunteer opportunities within our organization and give youth and employment experience to youth in some pretty niche areas in our organization. As well as customer service training. We've taken over the Cinderella project. We have a food pantry burgeoning, and it's an opportunity for training into to that program as well. We are looking at long-term placement and intensive job training with the intention to hire some of these youth upon completion.
That's exciting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Hook and Board of Supervisors. I want to thank the Department of Social Services, Rachel and Tamron, for continued partnership, and we're really excited to be partnering with Bright Futures for Youth. Thank you for the opportunity. Essentially for us, this will be an extension of our current workforce development program in which we partner with the county for CalWorks participants. It's split up between really 3 different areas, and that's a 6-week-long soft skill training where we train participants in soft skills like networking, resume writing, and communication skills, all those skills that you need to be employed for the long term. In addition to that, we have a navigation of social services, right? All those things that keep people from actually getting jobs. So we help navigate through those barriers. And finally, we have a career counselor that does career counseling assessments and really tries to find what the youth participant is going to need and want in a long-term career opportunity for their future. At that point, we really understand what that participant needs, and then we try and place them in local nonprofits in the community. So we're excited to be partnering on this program.
That is exciting.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Jennifer. So thank you again for this opportunity. I did want to put my contact information up here in case anyone has any questions or would also like to be a partner in participating in employing some of the youth that we're going to be looking to train and get jobs. And thank you. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, Ms. Eleanor Roosevelt. And we'd like to welcome any comments or questions that you might have at this time. Thank you.
Tamron, thank you so much for bringing this today, and you both for coming. And I mean, the programs that we have going are just incredible. I mean, I think when we look at kids, especially I was thinking that when I was 18, did I really know what I wanted to be? And I had a stable household, right? So those are really challenges as we move forward, because, we're not all college bound either. That's another interesting thing as we look forward, and those public, and I think, like, learn how to just speak with people. Customer service is so huge, and what a great opportunity that you guys are providing. I just saw some graduates from your program, and that was very uplifting and wonderful to see. And what you guys do at 211 Connect is so broad. And now we're bringing in this youth portion of it that's so incredibly important, because kids get lost kind of in the fog of the thing sometimes, right? Well, I'm going to open it up to my board. So Heidi, would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and thank you for this presentation. I'm thrilled that we got this grant. We can always use more programs like this for our youth. I have a couple of questions just to understand better how we're making this work. The first one is that the funding goes through 2024. So like so many of our grants, there's the challenge of continuing beyond this. So it sounds like you're going to put this into continuation of the existing program, perhaps expanding it temporarily. Can you just address that for me?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hall. We are leveraging current programs so that we can build upon those, but also those will continue after the grant expires. There may be some short-term opportunities that will expire when the grant does, but again, really trying to leverage existing programs so that they're more long-term.
Okay. And I found it was interesting that it covers youth 16 to 30. Which is very interesting. So can you just tell us how those ages were determined?
Yeah, the governor's initiative, the authority for this grant actually legislated the eligibility requirements for this grant. I think we anticipate more youth from 16 to 20, 25 being served. But again, that's a guess at this point. I believe that the funding through the state was federal and state COVID recovery stimulus funds, and that's why they increased the age.
Yeah, I feel like there's 2 lost years for a lot of our youth, so it's actually, I think, probably a good idea. And then I think my final question is, I'm wondering if our programs, these programs, any of them, are also collaborating or creating any kind of a partnership with Sierra College, so that they can maybe be part of bringing in any additional education these youth could use to help them be more employable?
Yeah, I think that's definitely an opportunity. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I also wanted, I think that's a great idea. I think Tim and I would agree. I know at Bright Futures for Youth, we maintain an excellent relationship with Sierra College. Many of our youth go there, and so I think that there's lots of partnership opportunities. I also wanted to mention, with my other hat on as the president of the chair of the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, we have a real nice opportunity there to be partnering directly with those partners about their needs for youth employment. So Tim and I will be working with CNL as well and the members there to identify, what this really could look like and mean for their organization, as well as they can be placed in county government. So I think that's a really awesome opportunity for partnership as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I just want to reflect back that I just heard a presentation just this last week from the University of Alaska, and they are deeply involved with providing training programs for people for any number of sort of job categories. And she challenged us at this meeting to talk more with our local community colleges and make sure we are partnering with them. So maybe this is a longer term effort to look at, but I think this program is great, and I'm very appreciative that you're working on it, and love to hear what comes out of it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That was great. Dan?
Yeah, Heidi asked the question on sustainability, and you said that you're going to leverage from current programs. What programs are those, and are they going to suffer, or where's the funding coming from there?
Well, we're currently going to leverage programs that already exist within Bright Futures for Youth, like their NEO program, their Clothes Closet, their summer camps, and then Connecting Point, they'll be partnering to create additional opportunities. So I don't think there'll be any suffering. I think we're just going to be able to strengthen current programs, but also potentially create some new opportunities.
Are you going to be able to just fold them into what this new program will be? Or are you going to fold this new program into what they are?
I think
put it
both.
that way. Thanks,
Yes.
Rachel. Okay, the other question, on staffing, my naivety, do you have the on-site resources to do this, as far as your programming now? Jennifer?
Yes, we do. So the in-house training, the positions that will be training the youth exist currently. So they will be pulling on current staff members to do the training, the intensive training for our interns.
Yeah, and I think in a previous board meeting, you said you serve over 300 youth.
Correct. So
And
with the addition of that summer camp, then we are easily serving well over 300 youth a year.
Great, okay. Only questions, great program. I'm excited about that for you.
And for Connecting Point, we will be leveraging existing infrastructure. It's an extension of the current system that we already have.
Right.
So it'll be.
Oh, yeah, you got to leverage that infrastructure.
And in addition to the intensive internships that we'll provide at Bright Futures, the other piece of that is referring our youth who need jobs over to Connecting Point. So there'll be a warm handoff there, kind of a co-supporting of those youth. And again, those positions already exist.
Now, because this is getting youth ready for employment, are you working with chambers of commerce's, business organizations, as far as the potential for what your end product is going to be?
Yeah, Connecting Point does work with all those places you named and many, many more. So, yeah.
And again, this is limited to nonprofit, which is the only kind of bummer-ish part about this grant, I would say, if there was one. But I think it gives us experience in connecting and working more in partnership with Connecting Point, so that when other opportunities like this come down the pike that might support internships into for-profit businesses, I think it just gives a nice foundation for that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Well, you guys have kind of answered my question with the last two, but because I'm familiar with the Workforce for Alliance that has the youth program, I'm very familiar with Connecting Point and their program. It's a great program. So I guess the element that we're adding here is Bright Futures. And I guess, Jennifer, do you feel with your organization we can take those programs further? Do you think we will get more youth because of the number of kids, kiddos, as you call them, within your organization?
Yeah, I mean, as our organization has grown exponentially over the last 2 years, we're seeing more and more youth in need and more youth who do want to plug in, but they have many barriers to employment, whether that be typically transportation being a huge challenge for them. And so we found that, our holding of them long-term, helping them understand the resources that are available to them, helping them see how they can get around those barriers is really critical to their success, and we're only seeing more and more of them. As I mentioned, our SAFE program, since its inception, has worked with well over 100 youth experiencing homelessness. So they do need work, but they need other things to get into the workplace. And so that's where this really comes in critical to giving them those skills and helping them find ways to overcome those barriers for employment, and working with employers to understand the barriers and see how we might find ways to meet in the middle to help them.
Well, I think one of the advantages that I see is that you're not a government agency. So you may be able to learn from them, but I think also it gives you the opportunity to maybe bring those youth and wrap them around a little bit closer than we do already with Workforce and Connecting Point. So I commend you. I know you have a wonderful program out there, so
Thank you.
I'm excited about this too.
Thank you very much.
Artie?
Yeah, thank you. So good to see you guys here again, and I always enjoy going over to Bright Futures for Youth and seeing all the everything good you're doing over there. I just had a couple quick questions. Most might have been answered, but when you talk about the navigation services that you provide, can you just describe that a little bit for me?
Yeah, it's, some of them have been mentioned, transportation services. How do you get from point A to point B? We'll help give all the options. We'll tap into the network of 211 resources. We'll go above and beyond and make sure you get to all those resources, transportation. It could be a driving ticket keeping you from getting a car to go to work, right? So it's really, the array is endless. And it's one-on-one conversations with, I mean, you can call them a navigator, you can call them a case manager, whatever it is.
And then, Tim, do you interface directly with our, like, behavioral health staff at the county?
If that's an issue, absolutely. Then
Okay.
and that is something that comes up, yes,
Time
often.
to time. Okay, great. And then, early on, I think I sent a question out about this, but you mentioned some services in Eastern County. Could you describe to me the Eastern County portions and where you work and who your partners are there?
I don't know, I can't list the exact partners, but we do work in Eastern County. We have worked for the CalWorks program, the very similar program that we're going to be doing with the youth. So the network is there, and we hope to do the exact same thing we do with CalWorks.
Okay. Do you have a facility in Eastern County, or is there somewhere that kids can go in Eastern County?
For us, we've always, when we've done it, we've always utilized the county buildings, but driven up there when there is a person that wants those services. We will drive up there to meet with them and go through the same process that we would here at the county buildings.
Okay, and then how would a person in Eastern County get connected? I know Bright Futures for Youth is kind of a natural seedbed for that connection. How would somebody in Eastern County get connected to your services?
Yeah, Supervisor Bullock, this program is very much in development, and so our intention is to create partnerships up in Truckee. I think because they will be doing, their organizations will be doing the brunt of the navigation and the employment and those kinds of things. I'm the conduit to social services in the county, and so we'll be working on a worm handoff of sorts to be doing that outreach and get people plugged in appropriately. But as Mr. Giuliani stated, we either drive there to meet the youth where they're at, or we can make arrangements at the local office up there to meet with somebody if that's required.
Okay, yeah, we have this, go ahead.
I was just going to add, I think our relationship with Stacy at the Community Foundation also can be really key to this and would be an excellent kind of first step in partnership development, and see who's up there that we could get connected with and make it happen.
Yeah, the other one that comes to mind is Todd Wold from Sierra College. He's a CTE director. And then I think we have the old District 5 Supervisors office was turned into a work center, a CTE center of some sort. So there is a space there if you need it now. So those are some options, and I'm happy to work with you on other options up there. And the other question I had is, have we thought at all about forestry and fire protection as a career path and getting the fire service integrated? It just seems like such a timely use of that type of education when we need people in that workforce. And that seems to be a
We have in the past placed people into, I don't know about those specific locations, but fire direction programs. So yeah, it's great, great idea.
Yeah, I think then the kind of natural first step is to be reaching out to those possible employers to find out what opportunities are available, and then we can direct youth as they have those interests, or kind of go down the list of interests, because maybe they don't have any idea what they have an interest in, and they start learning more about those different opportunities.
Yeah, one last question. What's the timeline? So you talked about the program being in development. What's a timeline where we could see some of the program details, and will that come back to the board?
Yeah, thank you. We hope to be in contract and start this in July. So as soon as we have those contracts in place with Connecting Point and Bright Futures for Youth, we'll be kind of working out more of these details, and shortly, and we can bring that back and update you.
Okay. Yep, I like that, just as one board member.
That'd be great. It's always good to get an update on how we move forward, because some of the programs are working, like summer cap. Like you said, some of those things are already in motion, so it'll be fun to see how it goes. And I think it's interesting too, like, your 16 to 18-year-olds, help them get the work permits and those kinds of things. There's a lot to that process. And I'm hoping, I assume you work with transit for bus passes and that type of thing, possibly. I'm sure that's ingrained in here. I mean, that's the nice thing about, there's so many different little arms of connection inside the county to work with. And so really excited. And the CET program is great. But sometimes kids still need to have that little bit of direction and help. Gosh, doing resumes and just some of the things that you need. And I got to give a shout out to our nonprofits. When we look here and see what kids do want to go to school, and the scholarships that come from this community to those to kids too as well, those are huge. They want to help, and they want to be part of how we make our youth successful in Nevada County. So what you all are doing is really pivotally important. So thank you so much. That was great. So now I'd like to open it up to public comment. If anybody had any public comment? Okay, Julie, is there anybody online?
Yes, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring the caller in, please.
Thank you. Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Matthew.
Oh, hi, Matthew.
10:30? Hi. Yes, something that's concerned me locally with youth programs is locations of facilities. They seem to be getting farther out of town, requiring more transportation, and there really isn't that much. I know the Gold Country stage has been renamed Nevada County Connects because the consultant, after expenditure by the county, deemed that the youth wouldn't ride the bus because they didn't know what a stage was, because it was outdated, a stage. So that was, I think, around 30 grand for that guy, and then another 60 grand for repurposing the logos on the buses, the art program, giving away money for the artists that went on that. And there's like one person stripping off the old stickers on the bus. And there's like hundreds of signs that would need to be changed, or that will need to be changed, that say Nevada County Connect versus Gold Country Stage, like every stop. I bring this up because a lot of money is being spent and it's not getting to the youth. A good example is Elizabeth Daniels Park on Neal Street in Grass Valley. It took me months fighting with the police and the Chamber of Commerce to try to get that reopened. So it's open 4 days a week now and locked up Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. After it was reopened, the calls for service to the police in the Safeway parking lot went down like 95% for the kids because they had someplace to go. That building is empty right now, which was the Downtown Association. That would be a great small youth center that is actually accessible to people that don't have transportation. The youth don't ride the Gold Country Stage or Gold Country Connects. Very rarely do I see them on there. And as far as just moving things out farther, it's difficult. And there's just so many pedestrian deaths and injuries from people just trying to negotiate the roads around here, including children, including fatalities. So I think it's just a few things to keep in mind when we're doling out lots of cash for lots of programs, that there's stuff that really doesn't take much money. It just takes some effort. And I'm still trying to get the Chamber of Commerce of Grass Valley to get their junk out of the park that they're storing there. It's ridiculous. When I raked it, I cleaned the park up. The kids will keep it clean if it looks clean. If the city itself is defacing it, then yes, the kids are going to deface it.
Matthew, thanks for
So
that
please
comment.
consider things that are close in. Right on.
Okay,
Take care.
appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment? Do we have any letters, Julie?
No, Chair.
Okay, if there's no other public comment, I'll close public comment. I'll come back to the board for last comments. Hardy?
I'm really supportive of this. I do have concerns based on the fact that we have no infrastructure in Eastern County, and so as one board member, I'd like to see the plan a little bit more in July, or when that's available. We don't have a Bright Futures for Youth. We don't have facilities. We don't have a meeting place. It's something I care a lot about. It's a lot of program funding going out, and I'd like to see more detail. From that perspective, I definitely support the program, and I'm here as an advocate for your program, your services, and I'm going to help you in Eastern County. But I think there's heavy lifting to do, and sometimes that concerns me. And the other piece is we have some pretty rural pieces of our county, like the little town of Washington and others, that we don't know what they need. But I mean, we have an understanding, but we don't know who's there and how to reach them and all that. And so I'd like to talk more about that if we could, but that's my final closing comment. But I sure appreciate your mission, and as you know, I'm 100% in.
Thanks, Hardy. Thanks, Hardy. Ed, do you have any comment? Dan?
No, but I'd make a motion to approve.
Heidi, did you have any comment? Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that with the caveat that we can see some program detail in July or August.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded with that we, with the addition to being able to see a report sometime in August. But remember, it'll be just getting kind of started, but that would be great. So with that, Julie, can you call a roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, best wishes. Let's see how this thing rolls out. This will be great. Thank you for your
Thank you.
dedication. Okay. Our next item will be 26, and we have a few in there, and I believe that'll be you, Patrick Perkins will be here, and this is going to be a resolution accepting funds for the CAL FIRE Wildfire Prevention Grants Program for brush and debris removal under the California Climate Investment Fire Prevention Grant Program. So thank you for being here, Mr. Griesbach and Mr. Perkins, thank you. And I'll let you take it away.
Thanks for having us. Good morning, Chair Hook and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Building for Nevada County, here partnering with Public Works on these items today. Mitigation and planning efforts play a vital role in order for us to be successful protecting life and property in our community when disasters strike. Fuels reduction is a huge part of this effort. There are several items that you have before you today contributing to this effort. They include a resolution accepting funds for the CAL FIRE Wildfire Prevention Grants Program, establishing and amending contracts with Robinson Enterprises, McKellar Tree Service and Logging, and West Coast Arborists for storm debris and hazardous tree removal, and establishing a contract with Bay Area Tree Specialists for the River Fire Tree Removal Safety Project. There is also an abundance of fuel mitigation projects that have been happening and occurring recently while partnering with CAL FIRE, the Northern Sierra Air Quality Management District, Nevada County Fire Safe Council, Town of Truckee, and Truckee Fire Protection District. Some of these include a project completed with a CAL FIRE grant removing fuels along approximately 200 miles of county roadways, Western Green Waste Events removing 3,373 tons of green waste from private properties, over 100 miles of debris cleared from public roads from winter storm debris, McCourtney Road Transfer Station free drop-off events removing 92 tons of debris from private property, and Eastern County Green Waste events going on right now. We want to highlight the CAL FIRE grant that is making these additional proactive fuel mitigation projects possible and come to fruition. This was all made possible through the proactive work of CAL FIRE staff, identifying the great need in our county following the recent winter storms over this last winter, and them reaching out to county staff to move this forward. The CAL FIRE staff that helped make this possible are here today, sitting to my left, and we appreciate them being here. Over the last 3 years, Nevada County has received over $8.7 million. I'll say again, $8.7 million. That's a big chunk of change for initiatives related to proactive fuel mitigation projects. That is huge in our community and has really resulted in vast improvements to safety of our ingress and egress routes, increased safety and resiliency of both public and private property, established strategic fuel breaks, and reduced fire fuels throughout our community overall. With that, I would now like to introduce Patrick Perkins, who is our principal engineer in our Public Works Department, to review more specifics associated to the items we have before you today.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Patrick.
Good morning again, Chair and Supervisors. The grant I really want to talk about today is the new grant that we are working with CAL FIRE on, and this is a $950,000 grant. And this past January, we were working with CAL FIRE and trying to come up with ways that we could work together to come up with a list of projects that would benefit the community. CAL FIRE reached out to us and indicated that, hey, we've got a grant that we think would really be beneficial for Nevada County. As we're working through that grant, we came up with a list of projects, and together we came up with this list. And I'd like to start off with the first one here, which is removal of additional storm debris that we've got stockpiled out at the Rise mine site. During the storm event that we had December through January and on into February, road crew as well as other contractors were taking materials that had been deposited due to the storm and stockpiling it out at the Rise mine site. And we ended up with approximately 8,000 to 9,000 cubic yards of material stockpiled out on that site. And just to give you an idea how much that is, it's roughly 400 feet by 40 feet wide by 20 feet tall. So it's a lot of debris. When we were talking with CAL FIRE, they said, hey, that's something we'd like to help support you on, get that stuff chipped, removed. So we went out to bid, and Robinson came in as the low bidder. And so we are hopeful that we will move forward today and get that contract ready to go and get it approved so we can get that material out of here. One of the other items that we talked about was removing additional storm debris from various county roadways. During the storms, as I mentioned, we worked with Robinson as well as county crews to try to get as much of the storm debris off of the county roadways as possible. We were successful in keeping the roads open and getting them safe. We didn't get to all the materials that we really wanted to get. There was just, quite frankly, too much of it to get to. In working with CAL FIRE, we said, hey, what's the fastest way we can get out there and get this material removed? So what we talked about was issuing a change order to McKellar Logging and Tree Service. They were the contractor on our first CAL FIRE grant. And McKellar is ready to go. They've got the equipment, they've got the manpower, they know the area. So what we're proposing to do is issue a contract to them for $300,000, and basically we're gonna have them going throughout the county. We've got a list of another 100 miles of roads and having them picking up any of the storm debris, doing a little bit more brush clearing. So we're gonna really be working on that. And the thought is that as soon as we can get the contract signed, we'll get out there and get that material removed, hopefully prior to the start of fire season, although that seems to be on us a little bit faster than I think we'd all like. One of the other items that we came up with was the ability for CAL FIRE to assist us with the green waste drop-off days. So they were agreeable to offering another $21,000 for that particular project. Two other projects that we're not ready to award yet, but hopefully will be soon, is the removal of hazardous trees from various county roadways. We've identified 300 to 400 trees within Nevada County roadways that are either hazardous, dying, dead, et cetera. Those need to get done because in the event of a fire, those are gonna certainly impede ingress and egress, people getting in and out, which is really one of the things we're most concerned about. We hope to have that contract dialed in and ready to go later this summer to fall and try to get those trees pulled out here hopefully by the end of the year. In order to do that kind of work, we're also going to be looking at hiring a forester. The forester comes in and helps us with our environmental on that to make sure that the trees we're pulling out are appropriate, make sure that we're not getting into any cultural issues working out of stream zones, so the forester would help us on doing something like that. I didn't necessarily want to jump into all the details of exactly how we're spending the money on this, but the one thing that I did want to point out at the very bottom of the list there is under the total grant proposed costs. CAL FIRE is giving us $950,000. Again, that is huge to Nevada County. Without that participation, we wouldn't be near as far along the path of doing our best to prevent fires as we can. I also want to point out that the county is contributing $278,000, and between the two agencies, we're really making a big impact in the community and trying to get a lot of these brush clearing, fire type programs pushed through. One of the other items that we're working on right now is we have a contract out and we've gone to bid for removal of the dead trees that are down on Taylor Crossing Road, and this was due to the river fire last summer. A lot of these trees within the county right-of-way, I believe we've identified 68 to 70 trees in the area that we need to get them down, get them out of there. It's a fire hazard. Bay Area tree specialist came in with a low bid, and we would like to get these trees taken down. CAL FIRE hopefully will be reimbursing us for this particular work. Additional opportunities that we have. We're currently working with FEMA to try to get an additional $2 million in grant funding for removal of debris, brush clearing, things like that within the county right-of-way. We are working with them a little bit on right-of-way issues right now, but hopefully we can work through that. Additionally, we're working with the California Department of Building and Community Development for an additional $3 million. Those funds would also be used for clearing of debris along county roadways, brush clearing, things like that. So as you can see, there's a multitude of prongs trying to get a lot of this debris out of here, trying to do our best to keep the roads open. A lot of different moving parts at this point. In Eastern County, we're also working with the town of Truckee and the Truckee Fire Department for brush removal along Hirschdale and Glenshire. Town of Truckee was successful in working with the Truckee Fire Department to get a grant up there for removal of debris, and we're trying to partner with Truckee. Makes a little bit more sense since they're there and crews are a little bit closer, so we've been working closely with their staff on that. Additionally, we're always looking for opportunities with regard to the green waste bins, as well as working with the Firewise communities on a microgrant program. So again, a lot of moving parts. All of them seem to be moving, clicking, everything's working well together, so we're getting a lot done. So I'm very proud about that. At this point, I think what I'd like to do is turn it over to CAL FIRE before we make our recommendations, and again, thank them for everything that they're doing for us, and see if they've got anything they'd like to add.
That'd be great. Good morning,
Thank you.
Chief Mathias.
Chair Hook, supervisors, staff, citizens, thanks for the opportunity to speak for CAL FIRE. I'm Jim Mathias. I'm an assistant chief with the Nevada Yuba Placer unit of CAL FIRE. I also have the hand crews out of Washington Ridge and our National Guard. This is my partner, Steve Garcia, who's our unit forester, and how I'm now going to start affectionately calling not only our watchdog of grant funding, but as he's proven with this, he's the search dog for grant funding. So he's a very capable guy, and we're glad to have him here and lucky to have him in the community. So as far as CAL FIRE, our mission statement says a couple of things. It says serve and safeguard the people of California, and it says protect the property and the resources of California. And that's what we're hoping to do here. We're trying to be proactive and not just reactive in our partnership with the county and by direction of you, what we're supposed to be doing in Nevada County. So we're taking these direct grant fundings that Steve was able to locate and get kind of assigned to Nevada County, and our unit chief gave us a couple of priorities with that money. We had a lot of storm debris from the December storms, from Stormageddon, if you will, and we want to remove that as much as we can. And we've heard the citizens and you loud and clear in Nevada County. We want to clear evacuation routes. So that's what we're really working to try to emphasize with this money, is to do those sorts of things. And I think your staff here has a really good plan for it. We're going to be talking with them all the way through and discussing what the public wants and how we can use those funds. And not only that, but we want to, as indicated earlier, we want to make strategic and tactical decisions off of our guiding principles, which is our unit fire plan and also the community wildfire protection plan for Nevada County. So we're going to look at those documents. We're going to intermesh this work. We're going to create for you a cooperative effort like we've always done. We're going to have state workers, we're going to have county workers, and we're going to, the county has employed some contractors to do the work. So you have multifaceted folks doing a lot of things, working together in great cooperation, being proactive and not just reactive. And so we're going to prioritize this work and see how we can help you out. And just thanks for the opportunity to come here and talk with you about it and tell you about it. We support this program, and I think it's going to be really good for Nevada County.
Thanks, Chief. We just appreciate that collaboration. I mean, I think we're just so blessed, seriously, to have that kind of relationship, and the work that gets done here, and our staff and all of our team together is pretty amazing. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions from the board. Heidi, you want to start?
Sure, thank you so much. It's a thrill to see how much money we've got coming in and to be able to get a few more things done. So thank you for this great presentation. I have a couple of questions. I am really glad that we are focusing on clearing evacuation routes. That is something that I'm hearing about more and more. So I think that's a great focus. I am wondering about the $21,000 for the green waste drop-off. I hear from my constituents all the time that they want more of those. Do we know how many more green waste days that $21,000 would purchase us?
It really depends on scalability, Supervisor Hall. So the cost of Western County events are vastly different than Eastern County events. The services that are provided are a little bit different, the needs are different. So it really depends on the project, I guess.
Okay,
so we're trying to use that for the best bang for the buck. Right now, the events that are being held at Truckee are in a partnership with the town of Truckee as well as the Truckee Fire Protection District. And they're pretty lean, but we're getting a lot done. So we will likely leverage that model up in Eastern County. As of right now, we're running those events and move on from there.
Okay, well, I would recommend that we put more money into that. And then my second comment is related, that I would love to see money put into helping community groups who are coming up with their own solutions and/or low-income residents who can't afford to do the clearing around their own homes. We've talked about this before. I know I've raised it several times, and I do remember that the Fire Safe Council has a program that they're going to be rolling out to help low-income residents, as I recall. But I know we need to do the county roads, and I know we need to do the evacuation routes, but their communities are getting better at watching out for themselves and advocating, and I would love to see drop-off days all the way through as far as we can go into the fire season, as people are continuing to clear but can no longer burn. So they have, and that continues to be a safety issue. And then also those residents who just can't do it so we have these islands of fires, problematic areas in the middle of all this great work that we're doing as a county. So I just want to suggest that we look at that. I'd also like to, again, this is not what the grant is for, but I think we need to continue to work with PG&E. They are doing a lot of good work out there getting trees down, but they're taking a very long time to come out and pick up those trees. I was just at a friend's house this weekend, massive trees all over her property, and it's a huge fire danger, and they've been sitting there for months. So if there's anything we can do to continue to leverage our relationship with PG&E, again, wanting to make sure that we aren't doing a great job on these couple of pieces, and then we have other people who can't clear or another agency that can't clear it, and that's going to create the danger for us. Then a final just question sort of overall is these contract, these bids that came in are wildly different, from $39,000 to $175,000 for the same project. So my question, and I know we have a process, so I'm not criticizing, I just would like to understand better the process. If we're going for the lowest bid, and then they come in and say, we actually can't do it for that much, we need a little bit more. How do we avoid that situation?
Yeah, those were some bids, particularly on the material that the Bay Area tree specialists for the removal of the trees due to the river fire. I've never seen a spread like that for work that is so simple, quite frankly. We're taking down the trees and that's it, from 179 down to 29,000 basically. We did have some very long discussions with Bay Area tree specialists to make sure that they knew what they were getting into, and we chatted with them. Okay, do you have the right traffic control? Do you have the right people on board? Are you paying the correct prevailing wage rates? And we went through the ringer with them, quite frankly, and they said they can do it. I said, are you sure you can do it for this price? Because we're not going to issue a lot of change orders on this kind of work. This is what it's going to be. And they said, yep, we understand. We're willing to do the work. We'll stand by our bid and get it done. So in my penciling of things out, I don't know how they're going to make any money on it, but that's part of being in business, and that's what they said they wanted to do, and there's nothing within their bid that I can see at this point that would preclude me from stating that they shouldn't be awarded the contract.
Do we have any policies about, do we have a cap on the amount of change orders, for example, that we?
No, there is no cap on that. But this is I probably regret saying this, but it's a relatively straightforward project. So the types of change orders that you would expect on something like this should be very small. And again, that's why we kind of vetted the contractor out in advance, saying, okay, just making sure that you know what you guys are getting into, and this is what we expect. And we've had multiple conversations, writing, phone calls, emails, et cetera. So. Okay,
I appreciate your diligence on that. It's obviously something I think many of us would be concerned about. So, yeah, again, so then I would just, I would be interested to hear if my colleagues also want to see more money in the green waste collection, and if there's something we can do about that. Otherwise, this looks fantastic, and I'm looking forward to getting the people out there doing the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Ed, do you have anything?
Well, I was glad Heidi asked the question on the Bay Area tree, and that you really did put them in, because there were some concerns that came out of that one, so you have addressed that. That's good. This is a great program, and I really appreciate the partnership that we have with CAL FIRE. It's wonderful. And I look at the amount of $8 million that we have here, and it's primarily where we've seen that go into is our public right-of-ways and our major fuel breaks, which is wonderful. But much as Heidi has just said too, we need to find ways to help the citizens that are out there on private roads, shall we say. Those folks that cannot afford to take care of their land situations, whether that be a loan program, I don't know what it is, and I know you guys continue to work on it. Some of these evacuation routes do require access to private roads, and you know, you look at some of these where one tree can block anybody from getting out. So I know we need to continue to look at that. One of the things I looked at was a Firewise Communities micro grant. Does that give those Firewise communities maybe a little more access to funds for private properties?
Supervisor Schofield, yes. And also Supervisor Hall. We're trying to attack this at all angles. As Chief Matthias mentioned, this is going to take a lot of different types of proactive work. So we've been working with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation on possible funding for a microgrant program by leveraging our partnership with Firewise communities throughout both East and Western County. So we think this could be a model at some point if we can find resources and funding for that program, because there's community and neighborhood ownership to be able to take care of their ingress and egress routes, private property, those in need in their communities and things like that. We've had a lot of conversations with some of the most impacted neighborhoods from the recent storms, including Alta Sierra, Banner Mountain, Cascade Shores, about this as well. But it's still in the design phases, and we're waiting to see if this is going to be funded through the Community Foundation. So yes, that could be something we could continue to leverage, work with the neighborhoods and the Firewise communities to be able to get more done on private property.
I know we've discussed this before with these groups that have PRDs and things like that. I've often thought that they could include vegetation management with some of these programs. It'd be great to see maybe one step up and say, let's try this and see how successful that might be. The programs, I have no criticism at all about the programs. I think they're wonderful. They're great. What would we do without them? And I just know we need to continue to work on them. Green waste, absolutely, as much as we can get, because our citizens will take care of it. We know that. So thanks, Craig. Patrick?
Chief? Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say thanks to CAL FIRE for the partnership. You know, we visited your facility out there. It's phenomenal to have you as part of our community, and we feel that support. And I just want to say thank you sincerely from us. You know, our community needs every piece of help we can get, so thank you. And the grant, what a blessing. I just have a couple of questions, and I think some of them I may have asked. Craig, your team's been great in trying to help develop those kind of unique solutions for Eastern County, the bin drop off in some of the Russell Valley and some of those areas that are a little more off the grid. The areas like Ubet Road, what I'm hearing is, hey, does the county lend tools, or can we have access to tools so we can do our own yard waste day cleanup, chippers and weed whackers and things like that? And I know that's pretty complicated, and it gets into a lot of different program areas that maybe we haven't looked at, but I'm hearing that very similar to what Supervisor Hall was talking about. Loaner tools, loaner chippers, and then changeable message signs to try and get community days where people can meet and gather and talk more, because some of the people out there don't have a way for us to reach them. So if we send them emails or send them flyers, we may not catch them, but the changeable message sign is one of the ideas that we heard. And then the other concept is, and I know from a fire perspective, I'm not sure if this is supported, but they talked a little bit about safe sheltering options. And so if we can't clear, if you go down in Ubet Road, down at the bottom, there's, massive amounts of treatment, area that needs to be treated there. But making areas that somebody could safely shelter in may be another option. Is that something that we look at? Is it something we educate on? Is it something that's proper to discuss with these communities, or is that Because we're not going to be able to do it all at once. We're not going to be able to treat the whole county. Is that something that we talk about or look at?
So Supervisor Bullock, I haven't been involved in like safe areas of refuge or anything like that before. That's how in the building world we would phrase it.
Okay.
But that is maybe an option. I would have to talk more, obviously, with our CAL FIRE partners and our fire districts, and also our team in Office of Emergency Services. They would know better than I.
Supervisor Bullock, that is things that we think about, right? What if we can't get everybody out in time? The sheriff's office is working very diligently with emergency evacuations, and really, we want to spend all of our effort and all of our resources in getting people out of an area. That's really the only way that we can guarantee their safety. And could we clear a big enough area in UBET? We'd have to look at that, but it really is important to focus on getting people evacuated more so than giving them a safe area of refuge, because we don't want people thinking that safe area of refuge means safe, because it's not. It just means if everything else fails, where's one place you go? And so what we tell people is your house is the safest place to be. Could I create an area that's big enough? Well, we might be wasting our resources clearing an area, and you wouldn't be able to get to that area. So UBET is certainly a significant area. It is fairly close to our air attack base. We have a lot of resources, but there's a lot of fuels that endanger people down there.
Yeah.
So our concentration of efforts are really on getting people out and evacuating them. And of course, we're thinking about where we could put people, but I really think the emphasis needs to be on people evacuating.
Okay. Yeah, you answered my question. Thank you. That's it for me.
Dan?
Yeah, obviously, the other three have answered most of the questions that I had. I guess the one thing as far as the difference in contract prices is, cost of materials is going up and fuel costs going up. And so it's kind of hard to nail down without change orders, a contract. I think we just had a $25,000 increase for our Cash and Fields housing project, a material cost on steel, and they had to pay it. What we're doing as far as fire protection and working with our Firewise communities and CAL FIRE, I haven't got anything else to add or questions to ask that haven't already been asked, except thanks for all you do and the hard work that county staff and the coordination with CAL FIRE and Steve and his grant finding skills. So it's a great partnership, and I appreciate this, so thanks.
Lots of great questions. I know, I just look around and see all the stuff we are doing and getting done, and I know we all know there's still more to do, but it is going to be a community effort. And we just appreciate these types of funding that comes to us and the amount of things we can do with that. I would just like to take a minute, just real quick, and kind of explain the process, what happens when somebody applies, puts in. It has to go to you put in your bid, it goes. Just give me a little process of how that works.
Yeah, Chair Hook, we also have our purchasing agent.
I
in the
saw
chambers
Desiree
as well.
back there, so that's why I thought
You're queuing her up.
Yeah, I really was. I just like to just kind of have an overview of how that process works before it even gets to the board.
Thank you, Desiree.
Hi, good morning, Chair Hook.
Good morning.
Supervisors. Desiree Belding, I'm your deputy purchasing agent. So the way that the process works on a public works bid, anything that we spend $1,000 or more to do new construction or anything that's deemed as public work by the labor code and by the public contract code, we have to abide by the public contract code when we bid that, anytime we go out to solicit. First, the project comes to you for approval of plans and specs and authorization to advertise, and then we go out to bid. Those bids come in, and it is based and awarded on the low bidder. That low bidder must be deemed responsive and responsible based on licensing, DIR, which is the Department of Industrial Regulations compliance, as well as any subcontractors that may be working for them. That is the process, and that is what we did for this particular one for Bay Area Tree. and for the Robinson Enterprise contract that was awarded for the storm removal debris, and any public works contract, we bid it the exact same way. So with that process, Bay Area Tree Specialist, as Patrick mentioned, was very looked at because of the demise in pricing. We had some high highs and some low lows, which was the selected. And there was a lot of gaps in between. We all looked at it like, whoa, what's going on here? To be honest with you, I think really it is based on contractor means and methods. Every contractor has different means and methods on how they do the work. And the reality is this is a sparse area that has been burned. So there isn't a lot of vegetation that needs to be removed. Most of the trees that are coming down are already spindly and bare, and they're going in to remove them pretty quickly. So that is a rough estimate of the process of the public works solicitation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That just kind of give a little idea of how that process works before it even gets to the board. Comes to the board for authorization to put the bid out, the bid goes out, you guys do all the research, and then you bring the lowest bid back to the board.
You got it.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll mention one thing, Des, and her team has been really helpful. I had a bunch of questions about the procurement process as well, and specifics to one of the bidders, and she gave me the whole one-page narrative, and we went through it, and I'm totally confident in what the result is in front of us here in the staff report.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? I'd like to open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on these items? Okay, if not, I'll close public
Chair,
comment.
we do have one caller waiting.
Oh, thank you.
Can we
Yeah.
bring the caller in, please?
Good morning, Matthew. Is it you? Good morning.
Yeah, there's always one. I'm standing on a high spot overlooking a burn pile. Some people call it Grass Valley. It's so inundated with really frightening things as far as fuel, and I'm watching the flag sticking straight out, so it's a very windy day. Bennett Street, I watched Ophir Fire burn a pile of plastic and debris, filmed it. The fire marshal had to get involved, CAL FIRE had to get involved, Nevada County Sheriff was watching Ophir burn this pile of plastic and inundating Grass Valley with pollution. There's been more illegal dumping out there. Some of it is done by PG&E contractors that didn't quite make it to the yard before closing or whatever. I don't know why they would dump there, but they have. And there's been more burning there also. But I'm going to give you guys a little test project, and it's really easy to see. It's directly in front of the Rood Center. When you come to the end of the road there, going out onto 20, look straight across. That piece of property has been dumping their yard waste around the edge of their perimeter of their property out onto county and Caltrans property for, I would say 30 years of fuel buildup right there on an evacuation route. So when it comes to evacuation routes, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to sit in a car behind a party bus with flat tires and no gas in it, blocking the bridges. It's pretty crazy. The only thing we can really do is harden the system, and unfortunately, we live in a historic mining area that's burned down multiple times, but people just still don't seem to get it or don't seem to ramp up the level of concern that they need to have this place survive. So for anyone that hasn't driven through a severe fire zone after a fire, please do, because it's pretty devastating and it takes a long time to come back. And during that time, it's non-existent. Jobs, everything. So you guys are all about the money, but when it's a moonscape, they'll just move on to the next place. It's more savable than this place. And we have so much work to do, yet there's no full-time green waste, which has been completely necessary for so long in this area because we're dealing with like a 30-year buildup. People really haven't done stuff for 30 years. The old-timers aged out. They were active. The next generation is inactive when it comes to that type of thing. And even business owners will just put their debris right behind the business or off the edge of the hill. Off the edge of the hill seems to be the thing. Behind Nevada Union High School, Nevada Union High School District, that's where they put their green waste for years. So when I hear about evacuation routes, some of the main ones are really inhibited, including directly across from the Rood Center. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay, Julie, is there any written comments?
No, Chair.
Okay, if there's no other further public comment, I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for any other last comments. Okay, so with that, though, we have a few resolutions. We're gonna do one by one as we go through and pass these. So first, we'll go to the resolution accepting funds for the CAL FIRE Wildfire Prevention Grants Program for brush and debris removal under the California Climate Investment Fire Prevention Grant Program in the amount of $950,000 for grant agreement number 5GA21115.
Move to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay. Item, let's see, the next one will be the resolution to award the contract of the storm debris removal project to Robinson Enterprise Incorporated for total amount of $98,059.50 under the county project number 440836 and authorizing the auditor controller to encumber the contract.
So moved.
Second?
Julie, can you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
So I'm just gonna make a quick comment one more time before I cast my vote. I have, my maiden name is Robinson. I have no investment in Robinson Enterprises. I ranch for a living, and that's all I do. My father retired from that in the 1980s, and so I just want to be clear, I have no financial investment in Robinsons. So with that, I vote yes, thank you. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the next item, so 26C. So this is gonna be the resolution to award the contract for the River Fire Tree Removal Safety Project to Bay Area Tree Specialists for a total amount of $30,850 under County Project number 440830 and authorizing the auditor controller to encumber the contract.
So moved.
Second.
Hardy moved, Dan seconded?
No,
Can you call-
Ed moved.
Oh, Ed moved, well, you all did. So
Okay.
whoever caught that one, here we go. Ed moved it, Dan seconded.
We have it, thank you.
Okay, Julie, will you call the roll?
Yes. District 3.
See.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. So then we'll go to 26D, which will be the resolution approving amendment number 1 to the contract between the County of Nevada and Killer Tree Service and Logging Incorporated for the professional services for the egress ingress fire safety project, amending the scope of the service, extending the term of the contract to December 30th, 2022, and increasing the amount of the contract to the new maximum amount not to exceed $966,601, and authorizing the auditor controller to encumber the additional funds. Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Heidi
Second.
moved, Ed seconded. Julie, will you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. So our last one will be 26E here is a resolution approving contract amendment number 5 with the West Coast Arborists Incorporated for tree trimming and removal services and authorizing the auditor controller to encumber the contract. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Dan?
Second.
Ed seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
And District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, well, thank you all for being here today, and again,
Thank you.
appreciate such collaboration and how we work together, it's just amazing. And with that, we have an afternoon session this afternoon, but I think right now we can just go to our announcements before we break for lunch. And so, who'd like to start today?
Yeah, I got, let me get out of the way.
Okay.
Otherwise I get bored.
Okay, we'll go with you first, Dan.
Okay, first off was the event at CAL FIRE. Don't go away, Jim. We had the nice event with Doug LaMalfa at CAL FIRE, accepting the 3, you can't use the E word. What do you call them?
Community Service Awards.
It's Community Service Awards. And so with Sue and Allison, Tricia was there, Sheriff Moon was there, but it was a nice event there at the CAL FIRE station here in Nevada City, hosted nicely by Chief Matthias, and so it was a great event. I really appreciated the congressman being there and really going after these monies for Nevada County. Regional Housing Authority, I had lunch yesterday with Gus Becerra. He came up, he was taking some photos of the Cashin project, and did share that material costs are really going up, and there's really no way to avoid it. Had a meeting with Caleb and Carissa and Sarah about potential town hall. RCRC, obviously RCRC is doing a lot of things right now. Their Golden State Natural Resources project is moving along. Land acquisitions up in Lassen County and also in Tuolumne County for siting of the facilities that will take care of green waste and turn it into pellets and ship it overseas. Just had an officer's call yesterday, looking forward to the upcoming board meeting here in Nevada County. Obviously doing a lot of things surrounding that meeting that had to be done. And then Armed Forces Day, Saturday in Grass Valley. What a great event. And there's not much else that I could say except it was a great event. Supervisor Hook, Supervisor Schofield were there. The military was there in force. The flyovers were great. It was just one of those events that, you just kind of shout, God bless America. And it was well received. There were probably 2,000, 2,500 people downtown Grass Valley. And so again, it was great collaboration with the Downtown Association, the Chamber, the county, the city, and Steve Rose. What a rock star Steve was. He really did the work and put in the time, and him and Robin Davies working together was just, it was enjoyable to watch because Robin was here and Steve was here and they were just coordinating everything. So Armed Forces Day, the inaugural Armed Forces Day, was a great success in downtown Grass Valley, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Dan. Let's go to you, Ed.
Okay. Oh, good. Well, I also was at the Armed Forces Day, as Dan said, and I too want to commend Steve and the county staff for what they've done, especially with Robin coming earlier today and talking about the partnership that was there. It was wonderful. Good day. Air quality meeting yesterday. It was our first in-person meeting in over 2 years, and it was in Portola. Quite interesting. Talking with Hardy earlier, what it's like commuting on Highway 20 now. Took about a half hour or so longer to get there than it normally would. Last night was our first MAC meeting at the Higgins Area Municipal Advisory Commission. It was our first in-person meeting at the community center. And that was kind of a summary with our consultants and PlaceWorks from our last public meeting with them. In the next couple months will be spent as the consultants really putting the plan together. We're going to see it probably in August, the basic draft on the first draft on that plan. So that's kind of exciting. Lots of comments that went into that. And here again, a meeting that lasted about an hour and a half longer than I thought it normally would under virtual circumstances, but it's good to be back. Transit Services Commission and Nevada County Transportation Commission meetings also. So thank you, Sue.
Good. Hardy?
Oh, thank you. I missed the Military Appreciation Day. I was up in Bend, Oregon, and I went up there to look at their cycling community and ride a bunch of trails. And so we spent 4 days looking and talking with people in Bend, Oregon, and trying to understand how they built their infrastructure and how the trails integrate into their community and how the economy is affected by this recreation, this whole recreational piece they've done. Their community is quite a bit bigger than ours collectively, but yeah, fascinating. So I'm sorry I didn't make it. Sounds like a great event. But yeah, we learned a lot, and I think it's some components we can impart and use in our recreational master plan as our county starts shifting gears from one economy to another economy, recreation and trails. So I did that. Allison and I went to a great meeting with Ricardo Lara, Insurance Commissioner Lara. Very intimate, small gathering of 20 people. Sat down and talked to him for almost an hour, I think, about challenges we face in insurance and fire coverage and the moratorium related to communities that are adjacent to catastrophic wildfire and how that's going to affect things. And Jeffrey was very helpful developing a packet for us to understand all the details. So it was a great meeting. I took a lot away. I didn't know I had so many things to talk to him about until I got into that meeting. So it was great. And then I'm just going to highlight, we hosted Assemblymember Megan Dolly. I think that was last Friday, 2 Fridays ago? Yeah. Excellent meeting. We spent the entire day with her and her staff. We started out in Truckee. Went to the CAL FIRE base, flew down there, toured their base, and then we flew back over the fire-scarred areas on the north part of the county, mostly up past you, and then went back to Truckee. But we got to talk to her and her staff about everything Nevada County, so CARES Act funding, housing, the environment, recreation, trails and master planning, all of our congressional work. So it was really good to host her and really get the time to sit down and meet with her and talk with her. And what was really nice is we got to do it in person, which is, I guess, the first time they've done that in quite some time from their office. So that meeting, and I just want to extend another big thank you to Jeffrey, put together a packet. And at the conclusion of that meeting, I got a call later from staff in that office that said, this is Nevada County is all time. Their staff is assembling information at the highest level. And so we are happy to be a part of anything Nevada County does. And building that equity and that connection immediately paid us dividends. And so we'll talk more about that later, but it's just the benefit of making those relationships and keeping them. So I just want to say thanks to everybody involved. It was a huge success.
Nice, nice. Well, I'm just going to follow up on that real quick because I got to spend Saturday with Megan Dolly, and it was really great because I had opportunity to introduce her to the sheriff and what our crisis team is doing. And in her words, it was really interesting. And Rudiger, got to meet some of the nonprofits that work with our law enforcement. And so it was really interesting. And she did say, she goes, Nevada County is so innovative. She said that you guys have some great projects here, and just engaging with some of the projects from our community funding that's coming down, like looking for some of that gap funding and how that she can work and help us through that. So I agree. Those are great opportunities to get to have that one-on-one and really say what we are doing in our community that is so beneficial. Armed Forces Day again, yeah, fantastic. And I mean, for the amount of meetings and how that came together, and I would say Steve and Tony from the county on their time just really created this incredible system of military operations that came. It was crazy interesting to see how it came together. I mean, to have 2 flyovers in our town is pretty remarkable all by itself. And just the work that got done through the chamber and all David West and all the folks that were there from the VO. I mean, it just was a really great event. I just can't say, I really felt honored to be a part of that. Had a great meeting at Sierra Sac Valley EMS and, about our emergency response times and somehow how we struggle, but we do pretty darn good. We're still like in that 98%. And we're just so blessed, like for Penn Valley, that we have an ambulance service who, unfortunately, I've had to use a couple times for my mom. And thankful for that service being in some of our rural communities and how they respond. And Vicki Panette has done a great job. I mean, she's just a tremendous executive director, and she announced her retirement. So our next meeting, this will be our last meeting we see her, but just really some great work being done through all of our EMS all through this Sierra Sac Valley, because it takes us all the way to Redding, and over on the east side. So it's really pretty, on the west side, really good. So our press conference was great. And I would say what was really interesting is unfortunately we had a fire at the same time. So that ability to kind of get that one-on-one information that was happening through CAL FIRE to see where we were. And the exciting part of that was at the end, how we listened, how they put these resources out there and how they were working. And that at the end, we stayed a little bit later and they got to call off the air strike team because they had that much under control. And I just am so thankful to watch how they work in action. And I want to highlight one of the things, though. There was a young man there, and his family was a survivor from the river fire. They lost their home and everything. It was just tremendous. And Doug actually presented him with a flag that had flown over Washington, D.C. And he's kind of like, that was his dream, to come be like CAL FIRE. And so he's like their CAL FIRE buddy. And that was really a moving moment for me. And he led the Pledge of Allegiance that morning. And it just outstanding little young man that could come and get up and
8 years old?
Yeah, he was 8 years old. It was great. So that was like a highlight of the day. I'll tell you the highlight, finished up budget subcommittee. So we got to the end of that. So now we'll go back to it's all kind of, now we'll get all put together and we'll get to revisit it when it's all put into its packets. But that was really, it's a great experience. I truly enjoyed working with all the departments and seeing how that budget falls together. And then I had a meeting yesterday with the park districts. So I'm on the other side of the recreation program. And so Ariel Levitt and Sandy Jacobson, we met with all 3 park district boards and had some great conversation about, where we go, what can we do, what do we look for? Because the same thing with you, we look at recreation and how does it affect our community, health and safety wise. There's so many things going on. So it was a really interesting time because very rarely do you get 3 boards together and be able to have a conversation. So really well done on Ariel and Sandy Jacobson's part for making that all happen. So the staff. That's probably enough for me, but just a lot of meetings in between. This has been really interesting, answering lots of questions. We continue to get questions of misinformation that comes out. And I just want to give a shout out again to our new website. Take the time, go online. It's really, really so much easier to maneuver through the new website. I think you can find most of the information you want to know. Again, there's a misinformation piece on my page, and I'm happy for you to go read that. Or, if you have questions, this staff and board, everyone's here to answer those questions for you. And I just need to know that it's available for you for the asking. You just have to call and or send us an email, and we can get to that bottom of those things. So, and with that, Heidi, I'll give you this last bunch, and then we're gonna recess for lunch.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I have to start by thanking my colleagues for representing so well with our representatives and Grass Valley.
I forgot one big thing.
Go ahead.
One big thing. The Nissan mural got dedicated. That was on Sunday, and it was beautiful. So if you have a chance, go on Facebook online. It was taped. The conversation about how the picture speaks to you, the mural, was amazing. The artist did an incredible job. So if you didn't see it or you go by, it's on Neal Street, and there's going to be a new little Mexican market there. It's kind of cool. But I'm telling you, the artwork is incredible, and I think when you listen to the story behind you, it really moves you. So I don't know how I left that out, but thank you for giving me that second, because everybody ought to go check it out. Shelley Covert did a beautiful job. Got to meet her mom and her aunts and a bunch of the kids. And the Chirp executive was there, director. I bet you there was probably 100 people that came for the dedication in the heat. It was a little bit warm out there. Anyway, that was Sunday. That was a great day.
So, yeah, again, thanks for all of you for representing, and I'm sorry I had to miss a lot of this, so I'm glad you all were there. I was on Sunday at the Greater Cement Hill Community Meeting, the first one they'd had in person in a couple of years, and they had over 200 people show up. So it was important to be there, along with my colleague Ricky Heck from NID and a historian who talked about the Nisenan and where they began there on Cement Hill, some fascinating history. I want to shout out to Jeffrey Thorsby, who also came and brought one of his child. I only saw one child, both of his children, and mingled with the folks and made sure to give out his card and get a lot of information that he could add to the information I was gathering. So that was a really good event. We got a lot of good information out to them. I also had one of what probably will be a series of meetings on figuring out how we can get housing to our Nisenan elders. We're looking at them as a specific group who may need extra help, working with the Nevada City Council and Shelley Covert and some other folks. And I think we're just starting to brainstorm, but I'm hoping we're going to be able to move forward and do something to help that group. Let's see, I've continued to be on the rural White House calls, which continue to talk about all the funding coming down. It's all still very high level. I think we're actually quite ahead of the curve in this county for knowing what's coming and making sure we're set up to apply for grants. I attended the Bear Yuba Land Trust fundraiser out at Mountain Bounty Farms. Again, first one in a couple of years that they've had in person. They also had a huge turnout, beautiful land, a wonderful event. And shout out to them for doing the great work that they do in our county. I spent much of last week with my colleagues from the Western states at the Western Interstate Regional Meeting of NACO, the National Association of Counties. We had a number of great speakers. We always get speakers from the Forest Service and BLM and have a chance to interact with them. Much of the talk is about public lands and public lands issues, so that was very helpful. I did moderate a panel there on the BRIC grants and actually made connection with folks who know all the ins and outs of the BRIC grant, and there's a nonprofit out there who will help counties who can't do it help write those grants. So some good information to bring back for our staff on that. And then I've had a couple of constituent meetings in between, had some activist researchers come in to talk about some research they wanted to share on the Rise Gold Mine. And so I'm continuing to encourage my constituents to come and talk to me about anything at all that they want to talk to me about. And then I just want to end with a comment. We're in election season, and we know that we're going to get flyers that are smearing candidates, and it's an unfortunate reality. But sometimes things cross the line. And I want to call out this flyer that says, vote for anybody but this candidate. And it is a picture of a distorted woman of color on a black background. And on the back are a lot of statements that are apparently untrue. This is not about the candidates. This is about civility and civics and truth and justice. This flyer attempts to use fear of people of color to ask you to vote for the other candidates. This is racist. This is what racism looks like. We must denounce this whenever and wherever we see this in our community, and I'm doing so now. Nevada County deserves better than this. And that's all I have to say about that.
And I'd like to second that, and I support your identifying that piece as being racist and denouncing the fact that that's not who we are in Nevada County.
So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to give my announcements.
Thanks, Heidi. All of you, we've been busy. This has been a busy week, 2 weeks. It's like this every week, though, isn't it? Right? That's what we do. And we work out in the community. So remember, you can get a hold of any of us. We got our emails, go to our website. It's, again, I'm very excited. I want to give Sheila, actually, and her team have done an incredible job putting that together, and it is so much easier to maneuver. So, and we are good Nevada County. We are. So, and we can continue to grow and just be the resilient community we are, and a loving community. I think that's where we have to get back to. So looking forward to this. We're going to recess for lunch, and we will be back here at 1:30 and with some community presentations, and I think you'll all want to be here, so tune back in and help us share in some of the afternoon presentations. Well, welcome, and we're going to call this meeting back into session, not secession. But sometimes I'm wondering about that as we move through here. But anyway, welcome and good afternoon, everyone. So it's my pleasure actually to bring this next resolution forward, supporting the California Care Force's free health care clinic in Nevada County, which is going to be held on July 15th through the 17th in 2022. And first, I'd like to thank Mindy Osborne. She's the community host co-lead for California Care Force, and I'm just happy to have you all here. The California Care Force organizes free pop-up clinics that provide access to basics and critical dental, vision, and medical care for those who would otherwise be forced to go without. The clinics are divided into three main sections: dental, vision, and medical, and staffed by hundreds of licensed volunteers, healthcare professionals, and general community members. So the CCF has just 2 full-time staff members and is 100% funded by donations, grants, foundations, and sponsorships. So this has been an absolutely wonderful program that's been here, well, I know the last 3. We've been at the fairgrounds, we've been at the Veterans Hall, and we're going to be hosting this year at the high school. And Mindy, would you like to come up and just give me a few, all of you, whoever would like to speak just a little bit about this program, because really the main thing is it's a volunteer program, and how can people come and be a part or donate their time to this process?
Sure. Before I answer that, I'd like to just introduce Philip Vidara.
I love
who
that.
is
Thank you.
also part of the group.
Philip, welcome.
Yeah.
And you want to introduce?
And I'm Roger Lewis,
Oh,
Mindy's husband.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
oh, the
sorry.
husbands are such the best part of this deal.
Also, her last name is pronounced Oburn.
Okay, Auburn. My apologies.
It's a common mistake.
Okay, well, good. Well, welcome you. I just, like I said, this is such a great program that happens and comes to Nevada County, so I'm happy to have you just talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, to tell you the truth, about half of my page that I wrote, you've already discussed. But I can go into a little bit more detail, like, for instance, with dental. That's the biggest part that we deal with. And we're going to have about 40 dental chairs. It's hooked up with water and suction, just like in a regular dentist's office. And because of COVID, we've now had pipe and drape between each section for more privacy and more safety. And by the way, I do want to mention too, because this has been a concern of people, is the COVID situation. And I'm very proud to say that the Care Force has such a good COVID screening process that there haven't been any reports of COVID coming from any of their clinics. So that's really nice to know. So for dental, they're going to get fillings, cleaning, and extractions. The vision department is amazing. We can grind 250 brand-new pairs of glasses each day. So a patient will come in and they'll get their eye exam, they'll get a script that is theirs to keep, and then they get to pick brand-new glass frames, and we will grind glasses right there on site. We also have a very important part of our clinic, which is a resource center. So, so that people who are coming for health care will know what's available in our community all year round. We'll have tables set up from agencies and organizations that are health-related to educate the public about what's available to them. So one part of the clinic that isn't actually mentioned, but we are part of the community host group. And that always happens with the clinic. They work with the Care Force and they get things prepared for the clinic to come. So getting the venue is one of our responsibilities, and I'm happy to say that the Nevada Union has volunteered the space to us. Fantastic. Very generous. We have to get an ambulance that needs to be on site the whole time because of insurance requirements, and Dignity donated the ambulance to us. The Interfaith Food Ministry, so here, we have to recruit all the volunteers, except for what Care Force brings up, but then we have to feed the volunteers, breakfast and lunch each day. And when it's clinic days, we're talking about 250 meals each sitting. So I calculated it's about 1,400 meals throughout the whole process that we have to provide. And so we've got the Interfaith Food Ministry, the Food Bank of Nevada County, And then we've got the Rotary and the Lions doing the manpower and also contributing food too. Briar Patch has given us money, and we're going to be getting some coupons from Safeway and things like that. So it's a real community event, and we want everybody to participate as much as they would like.
Oh, Mindy, that is great. Well, I'm going to just open this up for any questions from my board members. Heidi, you want to start?
Sure, thank you. Good to see you. And my friend Leah Schwinn, I think, is also helping.
Yes.
Contacted me about a month ago and asked also if we could bring this up and advertise it, because I know you're looking for volunteers. So let this be a call out to folks in the community, doctors, dentists, helpers, assistants,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Anybody who can spare the time would be awesome if you could come and donate your time to this effort. I volunteered to just help walk people through the process when it was at the Vets Hall. And people were lined up. People took the bus. People were lined up since 6 a.m. in the morning, and some people left their houses at 2 a.m. to get here. They did come from other counties as well. This is such a need, and I know there are also people who, tolerate painful mouths for a year while they wait for something like this because they just can't get the kind of care that they're getting here. So I know it's an incredibly valuable resource. I appreciate so much all of you for putting it together and all of the volunteers who put their time into this. It's just, it's humane, it's kind, it's compassionate, it saves money too.
Yeah.
Would be nice if healthcare could be that easy for all the rest of
Wouldn't it?
us.
Yes,
Huh.
yes.
Think about that. But I appreciate everything you're doing, and I do want to put a call out to folks to come down and volunteer. And who should they contact if they want to help?
Well, right now, on the Care4 site, registration for our clinic is open, so they can go directly to the Care4 site. I did want to mention, too, that we have handouts that I hope you'll all take. There's a little postcard, and the purpose of this postcard is so that you take it to your dentist, you take it to your eye doctor. A personal plea to get them to volunteer, I think, is a really good approach. And they really determine how many patients we can serve. We're hoping to serve 500 patients a day. But if we don't have the healthcare professionals volunteering, then that number will be smaller.
And what is do you know offhand, can you cite the website that people can?
It's on the
Care
cards, little business cards that you have, and it's also on the paperwork in front of you. In addition to physicians and dentists, we're really in need for optometrists and ophthalmologists. Usually having the medical professionals is the limiting factor. And as Mindy said, and I like to emphasize, the prescription glasses that they leave the same day are free. And one last thing I'd like to add is you mentioned waiting a year for the clinic to come. I have seen people, because I manage one of called the triage section before they actually go into the clinic. I'm a retired registered nurse. I've talked to people that haven't seen the dentist in 5, 10, 15 years. And it's just, they really don't understand how important dental health is. We also do, as part of our screening, we screen for high blood pressure and potential diabetes. And that's part of my job, is everybody, after they've been triaged, they come to me. I get to look over their paperwork, and then I try and do as much as I can, a lot of education, and stress the importance of following up with with your physician. And just to add on to that, we also try and do a lot of referrals to other physicians in the community. So we're not just a one-stop shop, we're done every 2 years. We try and get them hooked up with, for example, Chapa Day is going to be represented in the community area. And we try and send, we can refer folks to the other clinics in town.
So you're looking for all kinds of healthcare providers really to volunteer.
That's right. And so I would like to mention, because we never answered your question, it's CaliforniaCareForce.org.
Okay,
That's where they can go.
CaliforniaCareForce.org.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And if I'm around, I'll come down and volunteer.
Thanks, Heidi.
That was interesting that you triage, you actually identify or talk to individuals about other health issues, diabetes being one of them. And I don't think a lot of people understand that there's a lot more to what you're offering than just, look in my mouth and tell me which tooth to pull. but it just, it's a great community service, and it's been going on for a number of years, and
No, it's
I
great.
can't volunteer, but it's just, my hat's off to you for what you do.
We would not want him to be a doctor on site. I'm just letting you know.
I do want to mention too that we actually got called from the Care Force, and they asked us, do we want another clinic? We happen to be one of their favorite towns to do a clinic in. Isn't that
That's so
great?
fantastic.
And so we should feel very honored, and certainly the more support we give them, the more chance that they're going to come back and do it again. If they know that they're wanted, and that's by funding and volunteering, then we'll be seeing more of these.
That's awesome. So Ed, did you have a question? Ed, do you want to say anything?
Well, I don't have any questions. I've seen the process before. I know how good it is, and thank you for your service.
Nice.
May I
Hard-
add one more thing, please? We also work with a lot of veterans groups, so generally, we're looking at, if we can, coming back to Nevada County in 2024, but we just finished a clinic down in Auburn working with the Placer County veterans. They have what they call veteran stand down, and then they bring us in to do the medical part. And actually next month, we're going to Monterey to do the same thing. And then the month after, we'll be here. So my plan is to try and see who's the veterans group for our county and see if we can come back in 2023, next year, to take care of our veterans. That's on my agenda.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
And
Speaking of veterans, I did want to mention, this is something new. They have a specific line just for veterans so that they can get priority.
oh,
Yeah.
that's wonderful.
Yeah, for our clinic, yeah.
Nice. Hardy, do you want to?
Not a lot of questions, just thank you and incredible effort you put in. How long does it take you to organize this 3-day period?
When we did the 2015, it probably took about 2 years. Wow. Yeah, from start to finish. And in 2020, it took that long again because there was just some delays. But we actually didn't decide to do this, I think, until January, February.
Yeah.
So this one is really happening fast. But we have 2 clinics under our belts already, so that helps.
That helps, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you embody that service mentality, and I just thank you so much for your support, and look forward to promoting it. I jumped on the website and saw how it integrates with us, so thank you again for your service.
You bet. Thank you for
Well, this has been great. Is there any public comment to this? Oh, here we go. Thank you, Robin.
First of all, I want to thank you for what you do, and this is an enormous gift to the community. Wellness is at the top of everyone's list, and I just can't, I could say thank you for 1,000 days, and it wouldn't be enough. I will tell you that I have already gotten emails, phone calls, and text messages to the Chamber and the Grass Valley Downtown Association asking about when and if.
Fantastic.
So I'm delighted to report back the dates that are on the calendar for this event, and thank you so much, Nevada County, for supporting this
Care Force.
very, very important
It is.
event. It is. I will volunteer.
Oh, Robin, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and Gil, too.
Oh, wait, there you go. We got it on record.
Oh, yeah.
Hold up your hand. We're all in.
Oh, that's fantastic. Welcome.
My name's Roger Lewis. I'm on the host committee also. Just that to let you know, this clinic costs us locally, all local money, about $100,000. We've raised about 70,000 of it just from individuals, 90% individuals. And we provide how many dollars worth of service?
On the last one, we provided $350,000 worth of services and served 850 people.
And that was about $75,000 cost. So it's just an incredible amount of money and service we bring to it. And we need still another 25,000. So if you can't volunteer, you can easily get on the website, Care Force, say specifically for the Grass Valley Clinic. That way it doesn't go into their general fund. And if we raise too much money this year, then money is put aside for the next clinic.
Oh, so it stays local. That's exciting.
We hope
Okay.
that this continues even after we're gone, because as you said, this is an amazing service to offer and not just the county, but the entire area.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Every
Thank you.
dollar we raise stays in Nevada County.
Yeah,
If
thank
we
you.
have over what we need.
Nice, that's fantastic. So I'm gonna close public comment. Is there anybody on the, I better not close it first, I better ask you, is there anybody online?
Yes, there's one caller.
Okay, let's go to the phone call. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Matthew Coulter calling, saying this is a great event. I've taken advantage of it in the past. It's been disappointing that our stand down hasn't had any of this care for many years. When it started, it did have some, and it was well used, and then it kind of evaporated. I wish the county could somehow partner with folks like this. For bang for the buck, this is pretty fantastic versus starting new programs with millions of dollars that are going to pull other programs in, possibly. This is a well-established, well-oiled machine that does a lot, and I really hope that we can do more in the county to care for the people that don't have the insurances, including myself. So I have to wait a long time before seeing a health professional. Even with the VA system, as disturbed as it is, it's very difficult to negotiate. So thanks for these folks for coming to town again and doing what they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. Is there anything else, Julie? Or Teen?
No.
Okay, great. No, well, that's great. All right, then I'm gonna close public comment, and I'm just gonna come back to this. I'm excited to have you here today. I'm excited to help spread the word on this. We got you some volunteers in the midst of all this. This is great. And then I just wanna remember, so let's just be careful. Is it californiacareforce.org?
Yes.
Okay, so you can go there. So this is a call out. You could do funding that stays in Nevada County. You can sign up to do physician, dentist, ophthalmologist,
Yes.
all of those things. And you guys are open to having that kind of participation, and we'd be excited to see more of that. And we, again, really excited to see this come to our community and see what a mark you're making here. So thank you for the time and the energy that goes into promoting this, and we'll look forward to maybe putting together something better for Stand Down. That's amazing.
Okay.
So thank you so very much.
And
I
thank
have
you
a
all-
cert.
thank you
So
very
let me,
much,
we're
too.
gonna pass a resolution here, and then I have a certificate I'd like to give you for the hard
Make
work
a
that
motion,
you're
we
doing.
approve the resolution.
It's been moved to, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to pass a resolution supporting California Care Force Free Health Care Clinic in Nevada County, July 15th through the 17th, 2022. All those in favor, or actually, I forgot about that. We'll just have, Julie, you need to call the roll. It's a resolution. Teen.
Okay. District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Perfect. Okay. So what I'd love to do is get a picture with you folks, you wouldn't mind? We'll just do a little picture moment, we'll come up here and we'll.
So easy for phones, hasn't it? Would you like us to stand next to you?
I'm always thankful for those tools,
One, two, three. Perfect, thank you.
Well, thank you for your service to the community, it's huge. It's huge. There you go.
Thank you all very much. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
It's just what you gotta do, you know, and these times, you just gotta shrink your universe down to something that you can manage, you know?
Okay, now do celebration of trails. Happy trails to you.
Okay, that was great. So now we're gonna move on to something here, and Heidi, I'm gonna let you introduce this.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce the item, a resolution proclaiming June 4th, 2022 as celebration of Trails Day in Nevada County. Each year, the Barry Yuba Land Trust, a nonprofit community-based land trust, hosts celebration of trails across Nevada and Yuba counties. This event coincides with National Trails Day on the first weekend in June each year, recognizing the incredible benefits trails bring to local residents. This year, BYLT is celebrating local trails with a Choose Your Adventure theme. BYLT and partners will host over 10 adventures for trail users throughout the day on June 4th. This will include a variety of hikes, bike rides, wheelchair rolls, and a trail run. This event will help raise awareness of the value of local trails. And I'd like to turn it over now to Jory from BYLT to tell us anything else you'd like us to know about this event. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. My name is Jory Emery. I'm the Development and Communications Director at Barry Yuba Land Trust. And thank you for allowing some time for the Land Trust to speak today on behalf of trails and outdoor recreation. Each year, in conjunction with the American Hiking Society, BYLT recognizes National Trails Day on the first Saturday of June with our local event, Celebration of Trails. This is an opportunity to increase public awareness of Nevada County's rich trail and outdoor recreation amenities while promoting the importance of local and national network of trails and greenways. Barry Yuba Land Trust works to preserve the natural, scenic, and recreational qualities of Nevada County's trails while expanding, maintaining, and increasing access to trails throughout the community. We work with dozens of dedicated local volunteers to maintain and build local trails. We know that trails in Nevada County enhance the quality of life for our citizens, increases tourism, and provides pedestrian-friendly and non-motorized alternative transportation routes. Trails build community, bringing together friends, neighbors, and family. We saw trail usage increase greatly during the most restrictive times of the pandemic as people sought safe outdoor spaces to recreate, exercise, and socialize. This year marks Barry Yuba Land Trust's 8th annual Celebration of Trails event, where trail activities will be enjoyed by people of all ages and abilities in the community. There's Lytton Trail with our new little mini library, which is really cute. We'll be at Malakoff. And a bike ride with Bonk, the bicyclist of Nevada County. And these are all of our partners. We're coordinating 11 guided treks with local community partners, including Sierra Gold Parks Foundation, Freed, Bonk, Sierra Trailblazers Running Club, the California Native Plant Society, Nevada County Astronomers Club, and some other individual trip leaders. Community members are encouraged to participate in Celebration of Trails activities and discover the beauty of our public and protected open spaces, and also strengthen their commitment to stewarding our local trails for the future. So Barry Yuba Land Trust appreciates the support of the Board of Supervisors in joining with communities from across the nation to celebrate National Trails Day and the many benefits of outdoor recreation activities, including walking, cycling, hiking, equestrian rides, snowshoeing, backcountry skiing, bird watching, and much more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jory, for that explanation and those great pictures. And hiking is my all-time favorite outdoor activity, something I can keep doing as I get older and older. And this coincides really well with our new priority of recreation and trail building. So it's thrilling that we're doing this again. We really appreciate your efforts, and hopefully next year it'll be even bigger and more robust, as we might have some news or results from our priority. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thanks, Heidi. This is great. This is another great thing to celebrate. Hardy, you want to lead off with that? You're my other trail expert here.
Yeah, thank you. We talked a lot about trails today.
It's good.
Thanks for coming and presenting. Huge advocate for trails and open space and all the things that come with it, including the economic development component of trails that bring people together and kind of as we move into a new economy in Nevada County. And it supports our healthy lifestyle and kind of our change in demographic, and everybody wins. We have the Truckee Trails Foundation, I think you partnership maybe occasionally with up in Truckee, and we've getting ready to kick off our Legacy Trail, which is the third phase, another paved section. And yeah, so I can't support it enough. I'm looking forward to our master plan that Tricia's spearheading, and then Ariel and others are working on to integrate all these different components of recreation into our community. And again, look forward to supporting you. If there's anything we can do, please let us know, and we'll try and attend.
Thank you.
Nice. Ed?
I'll have to try to find one of those hikes and commit to it on 4th of June. So I wish you success, and I just want to say thank you to Barry Yuba Land Trust for all that they do, not just the trail part of it, for all the land that you take care of here. So thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joy. Joy, this has been great too. And Dan, did you have anything? I almost skipped you. Sorry. I had a moment.
Typical. You did have a moment. No, I'm looking at hike, run, ride, and roll. You see, I hike when I golf. I ride when I take a golf cart, and I roll a golf ball, but I don't run anymore. But when I was younger, trails were important to me, and hiking. And so I'm just glad that it's becoming such a prevalent part of Nevada County, especially on the west side and the east side now. And so, thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Nice, Jory. Oh, thanks, Jory. And then, so why don't you just give a shout out to what your website is so that folks can look up the schedules and where the hikes are going to be, because I know that's all on Barry Yuba Land Trust, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find all that information on our website, bylt.org.
Great.
Front and center.
Yeah, and lots of other opportunities on that website as well, so come and check it all out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, for anyone that's interested in volunteering to help build trails, we're always looking for volunteers. And it's such a great way to get involved kind of behind the scenes and be a part of a really lasting legacy of building infrastructure in our community that will benefit everybody.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. So I'd like to open this up to public comment. Julie, is anybody on the line, or Tina, is anyone on the line?
Chair Hook, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's bring that caller in, please.
Okay, caller.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Matthew Colter, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thanks, Matthew.
Hello. Okay, very good. Two trails I'd like to bring up that are close into town to get a lot of usage is the Lytton Trail, which is great. Always people there. And the new pavement on it helps for the trip hazard that was there. Problem with the trail is it was originally designed to cross Hughes Road and continue along the NID ditch through an NID easement into the Alta Hill Park. Without that trail continuing, everyone that lives in Morgan Ranch, and now the new Ridge Estates and the other things that are being built around there, have to literally go down Ridge Road, then down Alta Street to get to the closest park. We need to think about connectivity. Truckee has pretty good connectivity. They've thought it out. People go from here to there. We don't have that here. We've got these fragmented pieces of sidewalk, trails that lead into blenders of cars that you need to transition through to get to the next section of trail. Nevada City's doing a good job with what they've kind of got going on. Eventually you connect Hirschman's and Sugarloaf and Tribulation Trail, and so they've got a plan. Grass Valley doesn't really have any plan, and it's being developed so quickly that we're losing a lot of our connectivity. Meetings that I've gone to with Barry Yuba Land Trust, with the city, talking about the trails through the Berryman Ranch project. Well, the city was so difficult to work with, which is continually the problem, that everyone just says, screw it, we're not putting in trails. And it's sad because we're really losing the ability to stay away from cars, and pedestrians are getting killed more and more by the day, becoming more dangerous. So anytime you can get people away from the cars, it's a such more relaxing experience like it is on the bike path in Truckee. My experience in 2018 with the last trail days, someone says, you better drink a beer before you go see what's going on over on Wolf Creek Trail. I went, looked, stood in front of a bulldozer on Monday morning. The city came, they said they wouldn't bulldoze over that culvert. They continued to. That was in June. By October, the hillside slipped, and we had a sinkhole. It wasn't an act of God. It wasn't a culvert failure. It was just reckless equipment use. So the problem being is that these things were brought to Bear Yuba Land Trust, brought to the different groups, brought to the county, brought to the city, and no one seems to really connect the dots of connectivity of all these different spots. So please consider that when building all these trails, that they're not just an out and back trail that's not wheelchair accessible because it's too steep like the Wolf Creek Trail is. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Is there any other comments or written comments?
Chair Hook, that was the only caller, and there are no written comments.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Well, I'll just call one more time for public comment. And if not, I'll close public comment. Just come back to the board for any last statements. Hardy?
Yeah, well, I will mention, I appreciate Matthew's comments. The trail to nowhere concept is something that everybody thinks a lot about, and it takes a whole community to connect that because it's patchwork of public and private, protected and open space. And so I think, and we've talked a lot at the county level, and hopefully the master plan will be able to address some of that, touch on as a collector and aggregator of all the different interest groups that come together to make trails. So that is a valid point, and hopefully we're making efforts to move in the right direction to connect all those.
Thanks, Hardy. That's good. Heidi?
Oh, I was going to make a motion
Okay.
to accept the resolution.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Team, could you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. So, great.
Thank you, Jory, for coming down.
Jory, we have a lovely little certificate for you to take back it's of the resolution. I'd like to give you that.
Thank you.
You guys want to do a picture? Let's do a picture. No, you're good. You're good. Sure, we just really appreciate all the work being done at Railroad Trust. You guys are doing so much. It's been great. So this is a copy of your resolution.
Here, guys, right here. We're gonna try to get a little bit of that in there too.
You want us to go over that?
Maybe, yeah, actually, yeah, that's good.
We're gonna go get some picture, guys. Go down a little bit further, Bernie. Keep going.
Yeah, a little bit.
Keep going.
Pascal's not here to help me. Okay. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. And 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
Happy trails, Joey. Okay, we're going to move on to our last item. And Allison, did you want to introduce this, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to introduce Ariel Lovett, Project Administrator with the CEO's Office, who's going to provide an overview on our resiliency grants that are funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. So Ariel, thank you.
Thank you, Allison, and good afternoon, Chair Hook and honorable supervisors. I'm here today to present the second round of our community resiliency grant recommendations, and we'll present 3 of them for your review and approval today. So as a reminder, your board allocated $5.8 million of Nevada County's American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, for community and economic resiliency. Today, we're furthering the community resiliency grants, which are highlighted there in yellow on your slide. The board had approved $1,991,884 in round one recommended awards, with individual contracts to be brought back to the board. It was determined that one of those contracts could not move forward from that initial round, and it was determined that the best course of action following that would be to release the funding in a second round competitive process, augmented with remaining unspent funds totaling $140,000. As such, this is the second round of those community resiliency grants. Again, as a reminder, Nevada County's community resiliency grants fund programs and projects that respond to the negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and are designed to increase resiliency, support recovery, and provide relief. In this second round, the guidelines, format, and requirements were consistent with round one, with the exception that the RFP focused eligibility specifically on entities that provided capacity building support to small businesses, and also that had not received a previous community resiliency grant. Recognizing the pandemic's impacts on small businesses, these grants are intended in part to support not a single small business, but rather entities that are providing capacity building to multiple businesses. The RFP suggested that these types of entities include but are not limited to downtown associations, chambers of commerce, business igniters, and other entities that support Nevada County small businesses to sustain, grow, and thrive. This overview of the timeline. We opened the second round on March 18th, had a pre-application conference with our procurement. The deadline was April 14th, and we're bringing these for your approval on May 24th. Consistent with the first round, we had a combination of community and staff on the evaluation panels. This round, we had 2 staff and community members evaluating the applications that were received, and this panel is advisory to the CEO, who makes the final recommendation. And all of that's consistent with the first round also. This round, purchasing received 4 applications that totaled $235,575, and as you remember, we had 140 to be able to allocate. These proposals had to describe economic harm experienced, respond to that negative economic impact, provide community benefits, leverage partnerships and funding, and also demonstrate capacity to manage the grant. The recommendation of the panel and the CEO is to recommend 3 entity awards. These awards were reduced in all cases from original requests with the goal of maximizing the impact to leverage this funding across these 3 worthy entities and their projects. All 3 entities will use the funds in alignment with 2 key ARPA requirements. One of these is to mitigate financial hardship, such as declines in revenues due to impact periods of business closures and/or suspended business activities, such as revenue-generating fundraisers due to social distancing requirements or other public health orders, and also to provide support for programmatic services that assist in addressing the economic hardship experienced by the grant recipient and/or the negative economic experienced by their customers. Each entity has a specific focus, which I'll just share briefly. The Grass Valley Downtown Association will use this funding to support projects that support the organization, that benefit merchant constituents, support the local workforce, the arts community, and aid in the recovery and the relief of the organization through funds to augment the employment of staff to carry out work that builds resiliency. Also, this grant will provide an opportunity to support small businesses, support to enhance outdoor spaces for COVID-19 mitigation, and improve the environmental aesthetics and ambiance of the neighborhood. Nevada County Economic Resource Council will support new businesses and assist businesses to expand through efforts such as assistance with business plan development, accounting, marketing, web design, social media, and health and safety, with the goal of providing technical assistance for businesses to succeed in Nevada County. And finally, the Sierra Commons Startup Accelerator will support high-tech innovators in Nevada County with a goal of launching 2 to 3 scalable companies by the end of 2024, and by providing support such as outreach, networking events, cultivating an investor network, and providing an inspirational space for technology-based startups. So we respectfully recommend adoption of all 3 resolutions approving these grant awards and authorizing the chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the grant agreements. As in round 1, the grant award recipient agreements are developed on a case-by-case basis and reviewed with the auditor controller to ensure grantees are in good standing with the county. And awardees will provide quarterly reports to be made available on Nevada County's website. All of this is consistent, same with the first round. And so with that, I thank you for your consideration, and for this, we're grateful for this opportunity to support Nevada County's small businesses.
There we go. Thank you, Ariel. Let's start. Hardy, you want to start?
Sure. Thanks, Ariel. Oops, my mic. I don't have any questions. I read the staff report. It was all very clear to me, and I just wanted to pass along my appreciation for getting the money turned around quickly. And that process of giving away money can be hard, and doing it right and doing it well and doing it through a process and based on merit. I just want to say thanks. It was a job well done on all fronts. The money came in, we turned it around to the community and put it back into the stream of focus so businesses could be provided some relief from what we went through. So thank you, no questions from me.
Thanks, Ed.
No questions either, Ariel, thank you. But I do want to say I think it's a great group of recipients for this, and that the monies will be going out to the smaller businesses in particular. And I just think it's a well use of these funds. So thank you, and thank you for the services of all of you out there.
Heidi?
Thanks. This is exciting to be giving out money to do all the good stuff we need in the county. I need to thank the people in Washington, D.C. who voted to get this money out to us here at the locals area. Want to thank the panelists who did a really good job of making sure there's equitable distribution. I want to thank you all for applying for the money, and love to see how you put it all to use.
Thanks, Heidi. Dan?
No, I've got a lot to say. I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay, well, let's go to public comment then. Julie, do you have anybody on the line? I mean, Teen, boy, you got me, you're messing with me today, girls.
Chair Hook, we do have one caller.
Let's take the caller first,
Okay,
please.
caller.
Are you there, Matthew?
Hi, is that me?
Yeah, there you are, you're here.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing? Great, excellent. If you give this money to the chamber, will that enable them to move the trash out of Elizabeth Daniels Park? I've been requesting this for quite a while, since the delusion of the Downtown Association, or absorption by the chamber. Also, just today, there's people parking on the grass there, as well as the chamber likes to park on the grass and kill it at the park. I've asked them to do it and got the big FU. When I asked the guy who he was, he said he's the Ben Aguilar. It wasn't Ben Aguilar, that's the mayor of Grass Valley. So there's some chamber members that seem to think they can do whatever they want. And it's the Chamber of Commerce. Some people call it something different. It basically is for a few select club members to benefit from. I look at Williams Stationery going away, longest running business in downtown Grass Valley. I'm wondering, did the chamber approach them with their concerns? I look at other old businesses that the chamber is not interested in. They want the newest, latest thing, yet we're losing things that we can actually use. So it's just bizarre to me that they, and my question is on these groups is, how much money have they gotten in the past from all these grants? Because I know their names have been up for a number of years now since these monies have been available. Thank you. I'll keep listening.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. So one of the things for this application was that you hadn't received any money before this, so that all these applicants met that criteria. Can you clarify that for me, Ariel?
I just want to clarify that the eligibility requirement was that they had not received a community resiliency grant. So.
Correct. And then I wanted to be clear too, this isn't the chamber that had applied this.
Thanks for that too. Yeah, this is in fact the Grass Valley Downtown Association.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And with that, I'll open it up to, do we have written public comment?
We do not have any written public comment, Chair Hook.
Okay, well, let's go to the chamber then. I'd invite anybody who'd like to come up and speak in public comment.
Supervisors and staff, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be up here and respond to public comment. First of all, I want to thank you very much for giving the Greater Grass Valley Chamber the opportunity to support the county and the Grass Valley Downtown Association to apply for the resiliency grant. As you're well aware, the premise of this grant is to assist in recovery, and all event-dependent organizations in our community have taken a very hard hit. So this grant gives the Grass Valley Downtown Association the opportunity to rebuild capacity and reinstate resiliency. We're very proud of the fact that our platform gives us the opportunity to support micro businesses and the workforce in our community. We endeavor to enrich our spaces, to support the arts, and to entertain our community and give them a wonderful place to gather, safe, entertaining, and smart. So thank you again. And I will tell you that the chamber does not drive on grass, nor does the chamber have anything to do with Elizabeth Daniels Park, nor does the chamber have a part in the Grass Valley Downtown Association. We are two separate entities. So again, from the chamber, I thank you for supporting small business and resiliency. And from the Grass Valley Downtown Association, I appreciate the opportunity to apply for this grant. This award really does assist us in regaining our resiliency and giving back to the community. Service to the community is everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chairman Hook. Gil Matthew, representing the Nevada County Economic Resource Council, and in opposition to Supervisor Miller, I am here for the second time today. I just want to say thank you, and I'm going to encourage an affirmative vote on this from the standpoint of the Economic Resource Council. I'm not going to stand here and bore you with all the things we're going to do. Ms. Lovett has done a great job of laying out what it is we're going to do. And I want to say in the process, one of the very few grants that I've ever written, county staff was a great help in doing that, so thank you. But I do want to say that I want to come back and I want to report on the successes that this money is going to bring. And what is success going to look like? It's going to look like building some companies, increasing some GDP in the county, and creating opportunities for employment. So I look forward to coming back and bringing that report back to you. And thank you, Ariel, for all your service. Thank you, Supervisors, for your consideration.
Hello, I'm Robert Trent, Executive Director and founder of Sierra Commons. Thank you so much, Supervisors, for the consideration. Some of you I know are very familiar with what we do, but for those who aren't, I just want to say we've been around for 13 years. We are all about resilience. That's in our mission statement. We've been helping hundreds of businesses start and grow in Nevada County. We do that through building a community. We do education, and our cornerstone project is called the Business Igniter course. We've helped launch hundreds of businesses. We do co-working. We have a partnership with the Small Business Development Center, and we work closely with the Sierra Business Council as well to create an ecosystem that is really supportive to small businesses, entrepreneurs, solopreneurs. I see Heidi and Allison here reminding me of our 10th anniversary we had 4 years ago, and they spoke at our event. And boy, it's been a crazy 4 years, I'll tell you. We are really on the cutting edge now of what's next. And this grant, if so awarded, will help us get there and help Nevada County get there. There's a lot of tech people. We see all kinds of people from the Bay Area coming in. They're finding a home at Sierra Commons. They're bringing all kinds of new talent, and this grant will help us focus this on starting some technology companies that will leverage the gigabit bandwidth infrastructure that we've all been working hard to bring here, and we're actually trying to get even one step ahead of that to cultivate companies that leverage that so we can have great businesses that start here. So I want to, something came up earlier about Williams Stationery. I want to say we just graduated 16 students in our Business Igniter course, one of which is kind of a re-energized business called Make Local Habit, who is moving into the Williams Stationery business. It's all about creating local products, selling local products, artisans, and I think that's a really nice transition. And we're going to hopefully do that in the tech sector as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Lily Pyland. I am the chairperson of the Grass Valley Downtown Association, and I also own Yuba Blue in downtown Grass Valley. This is the first time I've ever gotten to come to one of these. How exciting. Thank you for having us, and thank you for your consideration with the grant. As you all know, we applied in the first round as well, and we are back and we're better, and we are very, very proud of the changes that we're making with our organization, and we are hoping to knock your socks off with what we do with this money, giving back to our community and also to all of our BID members. We're all small business owners, and we've all felt the effects of COVID and what that meant to each individual business. So this money will be very well used, if so given to us, and I'd like to thank you all very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Is there any other public comment?
Am I allowed to say no? Okay,
Huh?
I'd like to ask Robin.
Oh, I have a question for you, Robin, actually, from the dais. Go ahead, Ed, ask a question.
Sure. What is it you wish to say?
What is the?
What was your comment?
What do you want to say?
Oh, what did I wish to say? I was trying to determine what that was. I wanted.
We'll talk
to-
about it off topic.
Exactly what Gil told me, that, I chumped you into letting me come up again. I wanted to introduce Dina Graydon. If you award this grant to us, she will be our new marketing coordinator. She has a depth of experience. She actually worked with the Grass Valley Downtown Association back in 11 and 12 under Julia Jordan's leadership. And she has come back to help guide us to, she is our outreach coordinator, our event coordinator, and our marketing coordinator. I'd like to introduce Dina Graydon.
Well, welcome, Dina.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I don't think I've ever been in this room before either.
It's really not very scary once you get here. It's all good.
It isn't. It's great. And all of you are so nice to everyone that stood and talked. So, but yeah, I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself and let you know that you can come in and ask me any questions anytime. And
well, welcome, Dina. Thank you.
That's a pretty good hire there, Robin. You know?
I think so. And the union's really mad at me, which I know is the highest recommendation ever. So,
Well, I know Tom Fitzsimmons at KNCO and myself, we go a long way back with Dina, so that's a good
Yes.
hire.
Indeed.
All right.
So Dina has, she has a program on KNCO as well, and she has very deep roots in the community, which is one of the elements that we felt was imperative and will help us succeed in our endeavors.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you, Dina, and welcome.
Okay, I'm ready to comment.
Okay, so with that, I'm gonna close public comment, and I'm gonna come back to my board. And with that, I'm gonna let Dan speak.
You know, I just want to say that, you know, I've known the Downtown Association for obviously years. And I am pleased at how gracious you are in accepting, you know, this money. And I know how hard you work. I know how hard you had it during the pandemic when there was no income from events. And small business owners were struggling. And to see you just, you know, stand up and do what you did, Armed Forces Appreciation Day. And knowing the commitment that you have to the downtown area of Grass Valley and your longevity in the work that you've done there, I'm going to be great. I'm going to be gracious and accept this money with you because I know it's going to go a long way. So, you know, with the new structure you have and what you're doing between the chamber and the Downtown Association, I mean, I can't think of a better organization. Well, sorry, Gil, sorry, Robert. I can't think, you know, an organization that is as deserving as you for this resiliency money. So thank you for being here.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add? Ed?
Why not?
Sure.
Well, I've been involved with the ERC for many years. I'm also aware and watched Robert and what he's done with Sierra Commons, and I've been involved with the Chamber of Commerce and past president, actually. And I just want to say it's so wonderful to see the three of you together and that the sense of working together. So it's greatly appreciated.
Nice. Hardy? Nope. Hardy? Okay, good. So, with moving on, because everybody said such great things, and it's wonderful to see all of the stuff. I'll be waiting to see how you rock these dollars, because we're going to see that in the next year, how this really affects all of your organizations and all the small businesses and entrepreneurs in Nevada County. So we appreciate all the work that's going done here. So let's move on here. So
Motion to approve.
We have 3 resolutions we have to pass individually. So the first one we're going to do is 29A was the resolution approving the grant award agreement with Nevada County ERC.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Team, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. So now we'll go on and we're going to approve, entertain a motion for a resolution approving the grant award agreement with Sierra Commons.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Team, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. And last but not least is the resolution approving grant award agreement with Grass Valley Downtown
So moved.
Association.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Team, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. So with that, we have approved those resolutions, and congratulations to all 3 of you. And thank you for being here and your words and how we are going to make this all happen for your community. So that's what this is all about. Ariel, thank you for the work and the team that went into putting these. I mean, it's a job. We're working on one for recreation, and it's quite a process. So for you guys to come through that and do that paperwork and the process and the interviewing is just amazing. So thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and thank you also for mentioning and highlighting the community members that participate in all of these that do so as volunteers. So I just want to shout out to those folks in all of these rounds. So thank you for that.
Okay. So with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting till we meet again.